line. The Bible say in the last days, perilous times will come. Nations will war against nations, and kingdoms against kingdoms. So all the wars that are happening down in the Middle East really ain't no surprise to me. They're fulfilling prophecy. So while you're getting distracted by the wars internationally, I focus in my attention on the wars here in this country. Disunity causing anarchy, so them ain't ready to lead no army. In this war, in this battle, since Ananias get raped, me a seal be fate. We no got to fight until 68. In this war, in this battle, shooting in the day, tried by in the night. The black skin in blacks is the greatest fight. In this war that we fighting, in this battle. So it may appear like I don't care nothing about Israel and Hamas, but I busy fighting war right here in Barbados. Cause we in a war, we in a war, we in a war. We in a war, we in a war, we in a war. Ha! Oh, 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 ay, 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 we in a war. Many dedicated soldiers willing to die for a cause, but just like lambs to the slaughter, we lose track of the lives lost. The billions of resources that could earn property spent developing nuclear weapons, tanks and artillery. Yes, it's so easy to look outward at all the war-torn countries and don't realize we own government, waste resources and money. No strategy from the 30, so we paying high consultancy fee. In this war, in this battle, costly overruns and failed projections because of the poor decisions. In this war, in this battle, tell me it's a lie, and me a air fly. 67 people down to Dubai. When there is a war, there is a battle. So don't it may seem I'm heartless and mean, and don't play in Israel and Hamas, but I'm busy fighting wars. Cause we in a war, we in a war, we in a war. We in a war, we in a war, we in a war. Everywhere is war, war. We fighting a war, war. We nation at war, children at war, families at war. But if people knew the reason why countries does go to war, you'd ask yourself the question, what the hell are we fighting for? Cause one day war will be over, one day there will be peace, one day there'll be no more fighting, shooting and bombing will cease. But right now that's not reality, so I'll keep fighting until Satan in rule in Barbados and good triumphs over evil. I'm fighting to see nuclear family as the bedrock of society. In this war, 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 in this battle, I will defend and I'll recommend the value and importance of men. In this war, in this battle, then I will attack and strongly combat the things that have we morals hijacked. In this war, in this battle, So please don't imply that I don't cry for families of Israel, Hamas, but I'm busy fighting war, fighting in Babylon. Cause this war is not just natural, man, this war is spiritual. So you can't fight physically against opponents that you can't see. Satan is the enemy, fighting we, seeking to devour we and destroy humanity. We need the Lord Almighty fighting for we. We need the Lord Almighty, Lord Almighty, fighting for we, fighting for we, fighting for we. Cause we in a war, 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 we in a war. Thank you.
You behaving as though
And a great, great good evening to all of you joining us again on this Monday, May the 19th. Time has flown by. We're, we're almost through the entire month of May 19th. Next week, we go into toward the end of the month. And I tell you, time is just flying, but not so fast that we cannot take the time to pledge our allegiance to our country. So please, with me this evening, as is always my custom, let us say the national pledge together. I pledge allegiance to my country, Barbados, and to my flag, to uphold and defend their honor, and by my living, to do credit to my nation wherever I go. And of course, we're going into St. James North tonight. We're going to have a packed show this evening. We're going to be hearing from some of the candidates in the election there in St. James North, some of the opposition candidates. Of course, this is the loyal opposition. And let me say good evening to every single one of you. Too many of you to call by name, but if I start to call, I'll miss a few. But nevertheless, Marvin, Marcia, Tanisha. Oh my goodness, so many of you that make this show successful. To Alfred Benjamin, thank you again, sir, out of New York. And we really appreciate every single one of you. Sandra and Cami, of course, Marcia and Dalton, all of you We want to thank you all for being here this evening. But we have a packed program, so we want to get into it very quickly. Marcy is going to be joining me tonight in this show, and we are going to be looking forward to having a great, great evening. We're going to be engaging Alex Mitchell. He's one of the candidates for the St. James North constituency. Stephanie Williams, she's independent candidate. Mr. Mitchell, independent candidate. And then we'll be going into this, I don't like lies. I always say that people are entitled to their own opinions, but they're not entitled to their own facts. And for the government to be suggesting that the opposition, the Democratic Labour Party, has not done anything really for the country, particularly in the last 10 years of its administration prior to 2018, is just simply disingenuous and untrue. And so tonight we want to delve into all of that and show you really what is necessary and what is important. And I'll tell you, well, from my standpoint, I want to say a government is responsible for protecting and securing the safety of its citizens. And based on the last couple of weeks, this government has fallen flat on its face. And if for no other reason they should be taken out and they should be removed, is their failure to protect the citizens of this country. That is more important than GDP. That is more important than the IMF. That is more important than a $300 handout for election campaigning. The protection of its citizens. All right, that is very important. Now, I'm looking here for Mars because I want to make sure she jumps in here with me. Just looking for her to come in. There you are. There.
Good
Wow.
night.
I don't know if you can see it, Marcia. You're in green.
Yes.
I'm in yellow.
Yes, I see that.
Okay. And several people met me today. I just got it this morning, and honestly, I wasn't thinking about it. I just decided to put on a yellow shirt and a yellow cap, drop my kids to school, and everybody says to me, "Oh, you're voting the LP."
Oh,
So I don't
my
know what
Lord.
they're going to say tomorrow when I wear my red shirt. But welcome, Marcia. It's so
Thank
good
you
to
so
have you.
much.
I have not had you sharing the show with me for a very, very long time. And it's really nice to have you on tonight. We had some little things there, but nevertheless, we're
Yes,
always able to get
yes.
through those little niggly
You know,
parts.
you know,
So,
we overcome. We overcome. It's
yes,
it's
always
it's a
do.
pleasure of mine to be on the show with you tonight, Dr. Ferdinand.
And so good to have you. I've been watching the last couple of shows. Don't mind, you may not have seen me comment or anything of that nature. There's a lot I'm doing, but I'm trying to catch up. So I'm watching back from Friday and then last night. And wow, I tell you, the people have to decide, and I hope and pray that they make the right decision, because we do need change. We do need change.
Agree. Yeah.
All right, so we want to get into the show tonight. I see we have a couple of the independent candidates that are going to be joining us. They're going to be coming in to chat with us. And I saw some information on that lost decade, Marcia.
Mm,
Really, this government really has not a leg to stand on. They really have built upon what happened in those 10 years that they're talking about. But I listened to it and I realized, they really haven't done anything. They
correct.
really haven't done anything when you look at those 10 years. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, we're looking forward tonight to go through the facts, because you
Yes.
have fables and you have facts. And what this government is very, very good at doing is pushing propaganda, giving us
Yeah, I
Kool-Aid to
got you.
drink, Dr. Ferdinand. And so tonight it'd be very important, I think, for us to allow our eyes, the salve to be, just move from the eyes, put the salve on the eyes, I would say, so that we can see clearly, and see truth. And you and I
Yes.
are I know the values that you stand by, and you stand by truth, myself, and all of our panelists. And so we want to use tonight to look at that later on in the program.
Absolutely. And like
Yes,
I said at the beginning, I don't know if you caught it, but I've always said people are entitled to their own opinions, but they're not entitled to their own facts.
yes, yes,
Facts
yes.
are facts. So we're looking forward to Is Stephanie with us as yet? You know, if any
Yes,
of them are with
Stephanie
us as yet?
actually is right here in the
Okay,
studio.
wonderful.
Hi, good night.
Okay, well, let's go right in. Let's go right in. Good night, Stephanie, and such a pleasure to have you joining myself and Marcia on the show tonight. And we're looking forward to sharing some wonderful minutes with you.
Welcome. Welcome, Stephanie. Stephanie, you have to turn on. Yes, keep your microphone on.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, yes. I think it's on, Dr. Ferdinand. Yes, but it's a
Okay,
pleasure
great.
having Stephanie on the Marcia Week show. Let me just echo that sentiment of Dr. Ferdinand tonight. It's really a
Thank
pleasure,
you.
Stephanie. Yes.
Absolutely. And Stephanie, you know, one of the things that, and we're going to be looking at a number of things tonight, but it would be interesting. I believe one of the things that ran through my mind, because I realized that you're independent. I have spent some time in the Cayman Islands. As a matter of fact, their elections have just been completed, and there are a plethora of independent candidates that won seats in Grand Cayman. And I have often you know, voiced the idea of independent candidates in Barbados. So I want to say what a joy it is for me to see persons such as yourself taking up that mantle.
I'm not sure she's hearing.
Yeah,
Stephanie,
Yes,
are
you're
you
there?
hearing
please.
us? You're hearing?
Yes, please. I can hear you. Yes,
Okay.
please. Yes.
Yeah, yeah. I was
I was
saying that.
saying thank you.
Right.
Oh,
She
okay. Well,
heard
we
you.
didn't
Yes,
hear
she heard
that.
you. Yes.
Yeah,
The
okay.
technology.
So
The technology. Yeah.
yes. So tell us a little bit about yourself, Stephanie. I'm meeting you actually for the first time, I think, because I meet a lot of people that I don't remember always. So I don't think I've met you before. But tell us a little bit about yourself.
Okay. Well, this would not be the first time you would be speaking to me. We have spoken before. Yes, can you hear me
Okay.
right?
Yeah, you are breaking up a little bit, but it could be the stream of the internet.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I am a mother, a sister, a cousin, a friend, a grandmother. I am creative, I am genuine, I'm empathetic, and I'm stubborn at times. I believe that I believe that I'm one in a million persons, yeah.
In other words, you believe you're a unique individual.
Individual.
Yes.
Okay, lovely.
Yeah, there's a slight delay there, but
Yeah.
Stephanie, if you can tell us, why did you decide to be a candidate in this by-election?
It seems to be
I
really
didn't
having
get
a.
that, Marcia.
Oh, right. I was asking you, why did you decide to be a candidate in this by-election?
Okay. I decided to be a candidate because
What we'll do, Stephanie, just to make sure we can hear you. Stephanie, let's
endeavoring
go with,
and pushing forward with self-development is a must.
yes. Okay,
So
so
I'm not
Stephanie,
doing this for me. I'm doing this for
yes.
my children. I'm doing this.
Mhm. I was saying to you, because we're having such a delay, it seemed to be a real internet issue. Remember, we had a secondary plan. And so if you come out of the studio, we'll wait on you because we want to hear you. Can you call in? And then, Dr. Ferdinand, so we
Yeah,
can hear
yeah,
her better. Okay.
yes.
So because this is the second time and I don't want it to be that we're looking at her beautiful pictures on the screen. So in the meantime, we look at the pictures. But Stephanie, if you would, I'm going to remove you from the studio kindly, and you just call us, okay?
Okay,
Okay.
great, great. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to hear. Several years ago, you'll recall, just waiting for the call to come in, when I chose to run as well for the APP. That was in 2022, and I chose that because down through the years, Marcia, my entire family really,
Mm-hmm.
mother, father, brother, sister, we've been BLP supporters all down through the years
Yes.
from years before my time. The Grantley Adams era, my mother was involved with, and the Tom Adams era, the Bree St. John, and all the way through, all the way down to Owen Arthur.
Mm-hmm.
But presently, on the basis of what Mr. Arthur shared with me, and much of what he shared with me, I found it a very difficult task to support the current format of the party. And as such, as a result, I made the decision to enter into the active realm of politics, ran in 2022 with the APP. And I didn't run simply to be a member of a party. I ran because I was concerned with the direction Barbados was going. And I still am extremely concerned with the direction Barbados is going. When we see the things that are happening up to last night, we had attempted robbery at Shop Smart in Six Roads. I mean, goodness gracious me, in the last week alone, we have had a plethora of robberies, attacks, all kinds of things that have been happening. And yeah, go right ahead.
Just complete your thought, Dr. Ferdinand, and then we
Yeah,
have Stephanie on the line.
no,
Yeah.
I was just saying, that again, I get back to the point that the government's primary responsibility is the security and safety of its citizens. So let's hear what Stephanie has to share with us.
Yes, Stephanie. Well, we are looking at your beautiful pictures and see how you are interacting with the people in St. James North. And one of the things I love about your campaign, part of your campaign slogan says that you are winning hearts. Did I say that right? Okay, she's now muted. Stephanie, you're muting yourself.
Yes.
There we go. Gotcha.
Okay. Yes. Okay. We're here.
Sorry about that.
Yes, no problem. So I was saying that part of your campaign slogan is winning hearts, right?
Yes, please.
Yes. Tell me why you came up with that as part of your campaign slogan.
Okay. So over the years, I have taken myself away from politics because I didn't like the direction in which it was going.
Mm-hmm.
Like I found that the focus was not really on the people. It always seemed like there was an agenda.
Yes.
So
Yes.
right. So when I got the opportunity to do this, I didn't want it to be an agenda. I wanted it to be something pure. And I believe that people are important. And if you're going to do something, you should have the people first.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
People should be first, not the other way around.
Yes, and so that would be why you the question of why you decided to be a candidate in this by-election. Can you expand on that for me? On coming out of your motto about winning hearts, can you expound on that for us?
Why you decided to be in the by-election?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, I decided to be in the by-election because like I have my own situations going on, right?
Yes.
And I have realized that even when you speak out about things or you try to highlight stuff, persons don't listen to you.
Mm-hmm.
So unless you're in a position where you can have a platform to speak, you will not be heard, basically.
Make a difference. Yeah.
You know? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been advocating for a lot of stuff over the years, but I realize that people, even if they're hearing me, they don't really take me seriously.
Mm-hmm.
They ignore a lot of things that I bring to the table, a lot of things I highlight. They don't take it seriously.
Mm-hmm.
And like I had said before, I guess you guys didn't hear, but
Yes.
like, this is not about me, right? This is about my children. This is about them understanding that no situation is a final destination. And they're going to meet persons in this life who are going to try to put limitations on them, but they need to endeavor and push forward in every way possible to reach as much self-development as they can.
Yes.
Yeah. I like that statement. No situation is your final destination. I like that. That's very, 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 very.
Yeah.
Very interesting statement. Now, tell me, as you have been going through St. James North, I mean, we've been hearing a number of things, but what, in your opinion, do you see as some of the issues in the constituency? You know, sometimes we get taken up with the national perspectives, but in terms of the local environment of St. George North, what are some of the things that you've seen as you've been canvassing and going through the constituency as some of the issues?
Well, that is a really good question, Dr. Ferdinand. And, you know, in St. James North, most of the persons I have spoken to have made reference to the fact about representation. The representation was not good over the years. A lot of persons had concerns about that. You know, like I've heard all the glowing reports that the minister, I don't know him personally. This is no intent, I'm not intending to disrespect him or anything, but I'm just saying from the perspective of the constituents. But his presence was not really felt. His presence was not really felt in the constituency, you know? So that is one of the things persons had an issue with. And then in terms of the programs that they would have had, like their concern would have been that they were for certain areas. They didn't seem to be for the majority of the people, to put it like that.
So certain areas were being looked at and other areas were not being looked at.
Yes, according to the constituents.
According to, so they're basically saying they did not believe they got good representation.
Correct, is right.
So Stephanie,
I met this one lady.
You go ahead. No, go right ahead. Tell me.
Okay, I met this lady, and she has an acre of land.
Yes.
And she's home, and she really wanted to, you know, get it up and going so she could plant some food and, you know, survive basically. And she said she had reached out to the former minister and she had asked him for assistance. And I remembered there was that program where you could get tools and you could get some equipment to deal with the land. But she said when she reached out to him, he told her that he didn't know anything about it. And that really left her feeling like, you know, a little bit hopeless. So that was one other situation.
Wow.
And when she even took me to where the land was behind her, and she has a whole set of land behind her that she just wanted some assistance with.
And this is in, you know, Dr. Ferdinand, this is in St. James North. Here you have somebody who is willing to, they want to start agriculture so they can take care of themselves and not become mendicant, you know, stretching out your hand for $300. And the minister himself, the representative himself didn't even know that program existed. That's interesting.
Wow.
But tell me, go ahead.
According to the constituent, not Stephanie.
Yes, according to the constituent, yes. But so what would good representation in your mind? You are seeking that job to represent the people of St. James North, like that lady who believed, based on her story, that she wasn't properly represented. In your mind, what is good representation?
I believe good representation is some person who will advocate on behalf of the constituents, right? I believe that they should have integrity. I believe that they should be willing to stand up despite whatever and put forward the cases of the persons in the constituency. It can't be, you know, there are issues going on, but you're afraid to highlight them. Because if you're afraid to highlight them, then it means that your constituents will not get the assistance that they need. And I feel that is really important. And you must be present. You must be seen. You know, you can't be seen certain places and not other places. You must be seen. The constituents must have and know and feel that connection with you.
Yes.
I'm not saying you have to be buddy-buddy, but, you know, there must be some sort of connection that they know, you know, I can reach out to my representative. If I call, they're going to answer the phone. Even if I send a message and they don't respond back right away, they're going to get back to me. You know? Yeah.
Well, I was watching, and should I say, I was listening to some of the comments made by the previous representative for St. James North, and I heard him talk about the things that he'd done in St. James North, and he talked about Christmas for some church, and helping some church, and I was just thinking to myself, those are like drops in the bucket. But what about the bucket? What have you done for the constituency? What about water? What about roads? What about lighting? What about housing? What have you done in the context of those kind of things? And so, what would you say to the people in St. James North that, in terms of what you could bring to the table to assist them in getting, some of these things addressed? Because Stephanie, I'm seeing some potholes in the country, and I'm sure they're all over St. James North, that are wells. I mean, roads are terrible. These are the things I'm seeing.
Yes, I can agree with you, Dr. Ferdinand. We have issues with the road. We have issues with water and with flooding. Even there in Trent, there is the issue with flooding there in Trent, and that has been going on for years. And I mean, it's really sad to see that it took a by-election to be able to say, well, we found out what's going on, because they did reach out and ask the other candidate, and he said, there's a solution to that. But it's sad that it took a by-election. It's really sad. But what I would like to say to the persons in St. James North, though, despite we have pothole problems and water problems, right? They have to look within themselves and ask themselves some questions. What do I want for me? What is beneficial for me? I remember when I was growing up, my mom, my dad, BLP, whatever the case may be. And you grow up, and that is what you grow up in. And so you go in that direction. But at the end of the day, there comes a time when you have to make a choice for yourself and decide, is this the kind of representation that I need? Is this the kind of representation that I want? Like when I have issues, do I get them rectified? Do I feel like I'm begging for some person to help me? I'm not saying that we have to go to government for everything, but I'm talking about basic things that should be dealt with is not being dealt with. So in my mind, it's like, I don't think like other persons, I really and truly think for myself. So like, I mean, they got to come better. They got to emancipate their minds, like what Bob Marley said. I want better for themselves. Because when they allow persons to know that they want better for themselves, then those persons have to come better. But if it is this kind of mentality that, I like you, my family come up in it, so that's the way it's going, persons will continue to do the things that they are doing, and that is not good enough. I know, Marcia, if we may continue, right?
Yes.
I was really heartbroken because, I mean, I've met a few families with children who are autistic. I've met another family with a boy, he's 3 years old and he can't talk. And the thing about it is, these persons are not getting any government aid. I even met a young lady, she does not live in the constituency, but she just came in, we were talking, and she has 2 children. One is autistic and one has to go to the psychiatric hospital for, counseling, right? 2 young children. I know she said, even though the child is in a special needs school, Marcia, the child is in a special needs school, and yet still she cannot get the principal to sign off on the paper so that she can get some assistance from government. I mean, that is so crazy to me. It doesn't make sense.
Yes.
It doesn't make sense.
Yes, and I know that you are very concerned about children's issues because you have started a few reading programs and so on. Can you tell us about that, Stephanie?
Yes. Okay, so I have my book club. It's called Free to Be Me. And I've had it in 2 primary schools here in Barbados. I'm a certified teacher, so I was able to assist those children with reading. And the thing about it is, when persons thought that those children would not pass for what we call a school, those children went on and passed for schools. And persons were really shocked about that. The other one I have is my charity, Reach Out and Touch Our Children. And that is basically assisting families who are in need, whether it's with food stuff or clothing. I've had that in schools as well. So I've had both of these for approximately 14 years. I started them in my community.
Yes, ma'am.
And then I took them into the schools. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh wow. I mean,
Wow,
we want to just wish her all the best, Dr. Ferdinand. Yeah, I give you the final word before she goes.
absolutely. I mean, just listening to what she has achieved. I mean, you've written books. You said they're in primary schools. You've done your work. I mean, you've established yourself and you've shown yourself to be a contributor to the community, and that's factual. Those are the facts I'm talking about.
I've not written books. Not written books. I've had my book club, which is a reading
book
club.
club. Okay, got it, and that's excellent. Because very recently, Marcia, I saw very quickly an article coming out of Denmark where they're removing a lot of the technological aspects because they're saying that the children are not reading and speaking and so on as they used to, and in a proper manner. And so it's very important for them to be reading, and I really appreciate you taking the time, especially for our future generation.
Yes. Well, yes, Stephanie, all the very, very best.
Absolutely.
I know you're hitting the pavement. You get home from work. That's the thing with the independent candidates. Home from work, right? And then you put on your little hat. I see you in I like that little cute hat you're wearing to protect you from the sun, and you hit the pavement. And that is awesome. And you're winning hearts in St. James North, and keep doing what you're doing, Stephanie. We are proud of you, and keep at it, ma'am.
Absolutely. Wish you all the best, Stephanie.
Yes, all the best. God bless you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Dr. Ferdinand, I know you were an independent candidate in the last general election, yeah?
Actually, I was with the APP
Yes.
in the last general election, but I have floated the idea of independent candidates because I saw what happened in the Cayman Islands. But the demographics of the two countries are a bit different. The community sizes are quite different. The upbringings of families and so on are quite different, and it would take quite a long time for that shift to occur in Barbados. A really, really long time for that to happen.
Yeah, but I mean, as I keep saying, this is a democracy, and so people are, always it's the opportunity is always there for people.
Yes.
And should always be there, and they should have a voice. And so I'm happy to have them. Well, I'm seeing here, speaking about having a voice, I'm seeing here Mr. Alex Mitchell. Alex Mitchell is here from Bajan Free Party, and he's gonna kill me for messing up his name. Let me put him right in the chat.
Well, that is you. I got his name right. Good evening, Alec, and welcome to the Marcia Week Show. So good to have you on board with us tonight.
Thank you for having me. Hope you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. You're hearing us okay?
Very well.
Okay, great, wonderful. Well, it's great to have you on the show with us tonight. And I know some people probably are meeting you for the first time. I believe, again, as I have said to so many people, I may have met you before. I don't remember. I meet so many people. There's so many people who know me, and so many people I don't know that know me. So I just want to find out something about you. Let's hear a little bit about
if
yourself.
I could just correct something, that he was on the show last week, and so he has been here, and so he might just want to give us a fun fact. Give us a fun fact about yourself, Alex.
Yes, because he was on Wednesday night, I think. Yeah.
What is fun about me? Persistency.
That is what is fun.
Yes. Because I want to get it done. Even the smallest things that I don't get done, it makes it feel like a failure. So you keep going till you get it done. And if I have it in my mind to do it, it has to happen. If it comes to your mind, that means you have to do it. Whether it benefits you or not, it must be completed. You get your messages from different places, right? And maybe it's an old thought, maybe it's an old spirit, maybe it's a reincarnation, maybe it's an energy, right? But you get messages, and some people don't know how to read the messages when they get them. I know how to read my messages. I study my messages. Not always in my favor, but each of them teach me a lesson, right? To move forward, you know, small things like that. A fun thing about me, corny, silly, sometimes over playful, you know, and I'm both for the extremes. I'm not really in the middle, right? Because if, you know, I could be mad at Marcia and you know, throw words at Marcia, and when you speak to me, sir, I can speak to you normal because it's not directed at you. I don't put it at everyone. I know it to direct my fire, right? Or my energy. I know how to direct it. I guess don't blast all over the place, you know. So
you're strategic in your targeting.
Yes, I mean, we don't have that much time on the planet, so we really don't have time to waste. So we got to get it done, you know, because if we don't get it done, we got to come back again.
Yeah. And so in the context of what you're saying, how have you been finding your canvassing as you're going through the constituency? What has your experience been like? And what are some of the successes, some of the challenges that you're hearing from people? Tell us a little bit about that.
What I'm hearing from people is, I'm not voting. I'm not going to vote. They never do. BRD never do what they're supposed to do. They're disgusted. And sometimes I keep talking, keep showing. And eventually their attitude change, right? If you give them enough energy, enough proof of what you're saying, and you're making logic, many of them change their mind to a maybe, I'll take a look at it, I'm going to look you up, that type of thing. So I know is, like I told them, if 49 of you says no, and 51 says yes, then the 51 will show you what you rejected. You cannot go to church all the time and pray to God, and when God sends you someone or something to change your outcome, you're saying no at the wrong time. You say yes or wrong so long that when right comes around, you're still saying no because you think it's wrong. And you don't even trust yourself anymore. So why are you going to church? And why are you making the reference to Jesus or God when that is the person I know that sent me to make it happen? Yeah. And now you're saying no at the wrong time. So you always got to say yes. It's like going down the street and people tell me, stop giving people who beg for money. And I'm not going to give them money every day. I only give it to them one time and keep going, right? And I say, if you don't give that person at that point when they're begging for money or food, and you don't give it to them, they may come through your window of your home.
That's a good point.
They break into your car. They may come and steal your property. They may attack you. So it's like taking the lid off the pot on the stove to relieve the pressure or the tension, right? So when I speak to them, maybe this I got an accent, so therefore they listen to me a little bit longer. And then when I explain to them they're not a politician because I didn't lie to them, I didn't take their money. And then when I get in, I did not raise their taxes to take back the money. I did not wait till 4.5 years before the 5 years is over and give them little trinkets so I could get up on a podium and say I did this, and that. I'd rather do it in the very beginning to see if in the first 6 months or less, to see if you enjoy it for the first 4.5 years. Then you could decide if you want to continue this way want to go back to where it
Or
was
go back.
before.
But Alex, I mean, I just love, I love to see you in this relaxed mode, because you're always fighting. You're like me,
Yeah,
But
well,
tell me something,
it's
Alex. What are the constituents saying when you speak to them? What are they saying to you about the last representative?
they're,
It's Mr. Hinkson,
they're
the
saying
BNP representative.
they're saying whether it was B or D that didn't do anything.
Well, it was
And
B,
when
so we know that it was B. So I'm
well,
asking
well,
you,
well, well,
what
well, I'm
did that
saying,
representative do? Yeah.
well, remember when I first went there, God said some people approached me and said that the area was in this bad condition for 10 years. So I came and I said 10 years. Next day I went back when it rained, and the man said that he'd been there from the very beginning, and it has been 20 years. So under 20 years, the B and Ds had the opportunity to fix whatever need to be fixed. And as long as they got enough votes to win, they don't feel that they have to fix the other 49% issues that they may have, right? They're satisfied with 51%, because they're saving a lot of money if you
Yeah.
try to fix everything under 50.
Yeah.
If you try to fix everybody's issue. So they
Yes.
fix
Yeah.
enough issues to get enough votes,
Yeah.
basically.
Understood. And so we know that it has been a BLP, what they call a stronghold, Dr. Ferdinand, for the last 35 years. But the point that we're making is that whoever the people who are the representatives there, the constituents, are not happy. Mr. Do you have a question there, Dr. Ferdinand?
Yeah, I was just going to ask because I have heard something about an initiative in terms of housing that probably is you've spoken of, your
Yes.
housing initiative for St. James North. Could you share a little bit more about that with us?
Well, I'm trying to duplicate the strong women that came before me that started the housing project across the Barbados, and it's time for an upgrade, right? Instead of these 2 bedrooms that they have up in a pine bagatelle across Barbados, it's time for a 3-bedroom. It's time for a 2-bath. It's time to get out of the chattel housing mentality and bring them up so they won't be stigmatized to say, look, that is a UDC house. Look, that is an NHC house. Look, that's a white tourist mag from England's house or an American. You can tell the difference by looking at it. If they're all the same or pretty close, you can't tell what is what. And the people around you will feel better because they have the newest and the best houses around. They're living better than the people who are born here. They're treated better by the police and government, the courts. Everybody's more courteous to the people who come here, but not to the people who are here because they can't realize the frustration. And the biggest problem in St. James North is the people are unhappy. They are not happy. Let's think about the word happy. What does it take to make you happy? And they're not asking for a $30 million car, a big watch, anything big name. Most of their issues can be settled with housing, clean water, decent prices for their food. They just want to maintain. Maintain is very hard. Even for me trying to live at their level, it's very hard for me to live on $1,000 a month. I don't have any rent.
Oh yes.
I don't have any mortgage, right? I guess $1,000 alone, because if you're trying to have 3 square meals on the table, and you guys have to buy milk, breads, eggs, and butter, that's a lot of money. And it's so ridiculous.
I can tell you right off the bat, Alec, that in my household we spend about $400 alone in utilities, and that's not even counting the telephones. That's electricity and water. If you added the utilities to that could be about $550 on $600, because now the phones are now all what you call them, cell phones. Not the old line system we used to have.
Yes, because see there's danger in not having a landline. The old landline had its own electric. So even when the lights go on, you can still pick up the landline. If your phone runs out of money, or your phone is not charged, or your power goes out, How are you going to
communication.
call? How are you going to
Yeah.
call 911? How are you going to call for help? You can't do it.
Yeah.
You know, and if you don't pay at least $60 to maintain a landline that you can't call anyone, because once digital and landline and flow cross each other, your money is gone. You know, and it's just throwing money down the drain. So I mean, we can do better. I know we can do better. I know that we could start or even bring in a additional internet service, one for the people of Barbados. You know, we cannot be the first slave society and continue treating the people like slaves from our own black government. That is disgusting. Think about it. And I got some information that I don't know if it's true or not, but I'm going to say it. That
once we don't call any names, remember?
No. I'm just saying it seems like the AG, you know, it seems to have good stakeholdings in a lot of the supermarkets in Barbados, and that
okay, so
triggers
that's
something
the allegation that someone in government, because we don't know. It's an allegation that you're making an allegation.
Because you know they want to give you an app that tells you ice cream is $2 at one store, $2.10 at another, $2.30 at another, and then you should go to this one to get it for $2 when they're all controlled by the same entity, right? So they're artificially
by an entity. There's an entity.
Yes. So they're artificially raising the prices, but the persons in the back is still collecting the money. And even if you find it 20 cents cheaper and you have to spend $7 on a bus one way or the other, or a taxi one way or the other, it doesn't really make a difference, because you come out with $300 right now to offer people during election time. And I think it's Flow or Lime that comes out, or one of them, with a $300 type thing. I am like, wait a minute, 300. Well, what about the 300 million? Why don't you just pay the people the 300 million for all the property that you have taken from them, and that can fuel the economy and relieve the stress. Now, you make a very good point. What's your name? Marcia. Yeah, I seem more relaxed. And I will tell you why. Because I knew something that was happening. When I'm feeling good, I know that my adversaries are feeling bad. And when I'm feeling bad, I know that they're feeling good, because it's transfer of energy. So I knew that there was going to be an election, but I didn't know when. And I hesitated for over 5 or 6 months even to renew my passport, right? So I was just holding on. And after they called the election, another level of energy came up, but I was also relieved, right? And I was at the point now where I was able to clean my house the way I normally clean it, you know, because I was so in my head. So when I was able to clean the porch, the living room, the dining room, the kitchen, wash and fold my clothes and iron and do some stitching, I knew that I was good. I knew that it was good, you know, because I'm the type of person that don't like to go to bed, even with a cup or glass in the sink. You know, everything has to be done.
Well, I tell you, with just your cleaning habit, I think you would make a great representative, you know, of the people. Well, you're 2 days away, you know, Mr. Mitchell. It's Wednesday. What would you want to say to the people in St. James North if you had the opportunity to talk to all? I think it's 8,000 candidates.
8,500. They said 8,500. They said I saw a post that said that there was 8,500. But let me just say this: as I was taking out the list for people to check for their names, they were saying this person is dead, this person is dead, that person is dead. So why are they still on the list? You see, that confuses me, because like, what does the Electoral and Boundary Commission do in between 5 years or in between elections? Should they be down at the getting the news report on who died, or the information from the hospital, or the death certificate certificates from the Supreme Court to make sure that these are moved on. Today, I found a person who's been dead for more than 24 years.
And
Wow.
they're on the list. Wow.
Yeah. But I'm not going to say
They're
anything.
supposed to update the list though, and I think they do it periodically, but it might not be thorough.
I didn't double check today, but today I got, before they said the most recent list, and then today I got a brand new list. You know, I'm not going to say what constituency the person was in, right? But so far, I am getting that people, you know, the list is a clean list, right? But and some of the reasons, like I keep hearing, why would you run? Why would you be part of this and this and that? And what came to my brain was the Trojan horse, right? They were inside the wall. They think they were safe. They could do whatever they want. They opened up that little gate, and that little Trojan horse came in, and people came out and destroyed them, right? Just like the virus, that little tiny virus that we can't see will come in and destroy us. So we have to, in my opinion, we have to destroy the corruption. We have to let the people breathe. We have to take away the wrinkle from between their eyes when they're worried too much. And, you know, they're not happy people. Even the older people are not happy people. And it doesn't take much to make them happy. And like I said on a previous show, on an interview, if you're collecting $80 million a month from the water, and you say we start in the biggest, the deadliest parish, St. Michael, we give St. Michael $81 million a month for the water for the first month. We go to Christchurch for number 2, St. James number 3. There's 12 months in the year, there's 11 parishes, and you collect 81 million. So every month, a different parish collects 81 million that goes to that parish, and we could get things done. I was canvassing, and I asked a person that was walking, what happened to all the VAT money? They were wearing red. That's what happened to all the VAT money that we collect from 1997. It didn't go into moving people from land rent to land ownership. So where's the money? They say, well, it's in the consolidated fund. Well, that's a lot of money to be in the consolidated fund. You know? So why don't you take that money out instead of keep borrowing money all the time and do the things for the people? Because we don't need U.S. money to do anything. We can use Barbados money in Barbados for Barbadians. And it just seemed that people are like a heat miser, the Grinch that stole Christmas, or maybe Grinch stole the budget. You know, to me, it's very simple. Yeah. But when you want to make it seem complicated and you need a PhD to create madness.
Sometimes when they want, you know, where they want to introduce corruption, they make it complicated. Well, you know, Mr. Alex Mitchell, I just want to say to you, wish you all the very best as you seek to represent the people of St. James North and continue to you know, hit the pavement.
I want one more thing to say, please.
Yes, we have a minute. We have a minute.
Yes, because my good gentleman here asked me, he wanted to hear more about the house project. So what we are offering,
we have 1 minute to say it in.
Go ahead. Three bedrooms, 2 baths, right? And we are renting those houses on our land for $500 a month. If you're over 65, we're going to charge $250, right? Because sometimes the older people may have grandchildren, something may happen. And I think that would take a big relief. And the NHC housing that we have with the small 2 bedrooms, we could use those for college dorms for people overseas, the students. They're used to that, you know, like when I was in America. But we need more room to breathe. We can't breathe. You know, we're not under COVID. We see on long lines looking for money, you know, and we shouldn't be told that bring your digital ID card. I went 2 nominations with my old ID card. So it's still valid because even if I drop dead today, the card is still there. It doesn't disappear when I stop breathing, you know? Yeah. So I hope the people come what I'm trying to do. And if they take the first advantage of what I'm talking about, then that way, wherever BFP gets in, Belgian Free Party gets in, our candidates, we will start the same thing there. because we don't need that much money. If I could live in Barbados just barely on 1,000, and I bring in $2,000 or $3,000 a month, I should be okay. And if they could
Right,
save,
right,
yeah,
right.
and if they could save 350 versus the NHC at 850 for a small 2-bedroom, they can do what they want with their 350.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
get what I
We
mean?
can make a lot. We can make a lot of differences here. We just need to do things very differently. Well, listen, Alec,
So
we just
we,
want
we
to
have
thank
to
you for
think, we got
taking the time.
we have to think about home first. Home first.
Yeah, yeah,
When we
right here
think
at home.
about home, yeah.
Yes. Well, thank you so much. We really appreciate you taking the time to come in and share with the people. Good to hear from you, and we want to wish you all the best. You're just actually, Marcia, it's just what, a little over 28 hours away before Wednesday starts. So we want
Yeah.
to wish you all the best and look forward to how things will go with you on
I
Wednesday. So
want to
God
wish
bless you.
St. James North all the best because they will get exactly what they voted for. If they
Well,
vote for
Yeah,
crooks, they'll get crooks. If they vote for good people, they get good people. So at the end of it, they can't
good
blame
people.
anybody but themselves,
but themselves.
right?
Well, thank you so
Yes,
much,
yes,
Okay.
Alex, for stopping by,
absolutely.
and
Thank you.
anytime. God bless you.
Okay. Thank you for
Thank you.
having me.
Bye bye. Yes.
God
Yes.
bless you. Bye bye. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, the independent candidates, we have to stop, listen to them because they don't have all that money to do spot meetings, etc. In fact, I'm seeing a message here from Stephanie, and she was saying that one person told me that they couldn't do the spot meeting anymore because they want help from the PM. Persons also mentioned that they feel if they don't vote, they will lose benefits like welfare. So they feel that if they don't vote for the PM, they're going to lose benefits if they don't want the PM to know that they want to vote for somebody else. So there's that a lot of fear that happens, Dr.
Yeah, yeah.
Ferdinand,
Well,
among the constituents.
I had to smile today when I heard some of the reports coming out of the canvassing, where one of the candidates, and I won't call the name of the candidate, but one of them was talking about how there is no victimization and no fear. And I said, "What Barbados are you living in?" I mean,
Mm-hmm,
victimization has been happening politically in Barbados for many years, and we know it. And
mm-hmm,
if you look at some of the arrangements, even right now for employment, Marcia, take for example the Barbados Revenue Authority, where persons are now contracted to work for 6 months. So people are very reserved in terms of what they say publicly because there's a
mm-hmm,
fear that in 6 months their contract won't be renewed. Well, how are they going to buy a house? How are they going to buy a car? How are they going to be able to go off a vacation? These are things that our people are very fearful about. And for
mm-hmm.
anybody to say that this does not exist in Barbados tells me you're being very disingenuous and being very dishonest.
Yes, yes, yes. And I have one of the things that we're talking about tonight is how important it is to vote, because we
Yes.
can we can have all of these discussions, but if you're in St. James North and you are watching the Marcia Week show, we want to encourage you. Go out and vote. I was
Yes,
telling somebody
absolutely.
that you could make all the comments on this. You could pray. I was saying to someone today, and then they said, "Well, we're praying for the country, but I'm not going to vote." I said, "But what are you going to get?
What are
It's
you
like
praying
prayer,
for?
and what are you praying for then? You
Exactly.
you got to walk it out, right, Dr.
Yeah,
Ferdinand?"
absolutely. I mean, the Apostle James talks about you say you have faith, well, show me by your works. So if you, and then these are some of the same people that will want to complain when things are not going right in the country, but you had an opportunity to make a difference. And
Mm-hmm,
it's so critically important for us to pay attention to the value of that vote, Marcia. That is one of the most treasured possessions of a citizen of any country, the capacity, but particularly democratic countries, the capacity to vote. Think about the people in China who
yes.
don't have this privilege. The people in North Korea don't have this privilege. Even people in Russia, it's a joke there in that sense, and here we are, and that's one of the things I've been looking at some of the comments. But one of the things about Barbados is we are maintaining a very strong democratic platform where persons can come out, they can vote, they can run, they can talk, and this is one of the great things about our country. Thankfully, we don't lose it.
Yes, yes. And as somebody says, in the privacy of the voting booth, Angel humbly is saying, only you know where you put your X. Anybody else knowing is called corruption.
Corruption,
If
yes,
if anybody else knows how you voted, it's corruption.
that's
And
right.
so people being afraid, a lot of that fear, it's not real. It is
Yeah.
perceived. And so you have to break out of that fear and do and vote.
Well, again, I've made the comment over and over again, and I was happy to hear even Alec refer to an aspect of it. It didn't take the 1/10 of the iceberg to sink the Titanic. It took the 9/10 that the captain did not see. And I've been repeating this over and over that government has to be aware of the fact that when you are engaging the people and there is a quietness about the people, you had better be very careful, because
Hmm.
when people are in that realm, you are going to be in for a big surprise, because they are not going to say anything until they get in the booth, and that's
Yeah.
where they're going to speak.
And one of the reasons that we, Dr. Ferdinand, even since the last election, you would know that our platform was used for all of the third-party candidates. We never entertained BLP or DLP on our platform. We wanted to have the underdogs. We have now realized that the government is basically trying to, the BLP government, to obliterate the DLP, and so wanting them to be a struggling party as well. And so we have now opened up the platform to include the DLP, because it was always the only third party. You know that.
Yes,
But now, yeah,
absolutely.
the DLP, only this week they had to keep changing their location because the BLP was taking up all the spots. And there's some people who don't necessarily understand the process. They are saying, well, the DLP needed to plan better. Well, let me tell you something, Dr. Ferdinand. I remember last election, I was helping the APP. And
Yes.
my one and Lynette Eastman, and she asked me to help with St. John and with St. Philip to set up spot meetings. And it was easy. I was home, so I said, okay, I can send letters and do that. And what I realized was that even in that process, Dr. Ferdinand, there was some amount of corruption that was happening, where you would book a spot meeting, but then once the BLP comes in, and they wanted it for some reason, you will find the police gives way to the government because they
Yeah.
want the
Yeah.
spot meeting. And that is real. And so some of you are saying, well, the DLP did not plan. Let me tell you from my experience, you might have had it back in your day, because there's some people who might have been involved in politics years ago and way before our time. But the reality is we live in a very corrupt society. And what the DLP is speaking of, I know for sure that the APP experienced that last
Yes.
election, Dr. Purdy.
Yes, we did. We did. We went through a lot of those challenges. I myself went through some of those challenges when we were looking to hold spot meetings in particular areas, and we were denied the access to that area. And I had some people go through that area while I went to another one because I had to relocate, and there was nothing happening there. Even though we were denied the access, there was absolutely nothing happening there. And so you get all of these unfair tactics and unjust tactics in terms of the political campaigns and in your canvassing and so on. And it's so very important, for you to be able to stick to it, so to speak, Marcia, and see it through. And I think a lot of people are having to face this. And I want to say too that people need to my mind, when it comes to the opposition party, the Democratic Labour Party, to my mind, people need to shift away from some of the thinking of the past. And I'm not speaking here in terms of accomplishments and achievements, but you have a new crop of people, and this new
Mm.
crop of people are sending a different message, and that message, I think, needs to be looked at, needs to be embraced and heard.
Yeah, I saw there that Alex Mitchell had up a comment, and I want to stay on this just 3 more minutes, Dr. Ferdinand,
Mhm.
because you and I know what the independent, what the third parties endure, and the DLP is going through that now. The DLP is going through that
Yes.
now. And as I said, there's some of you who have called me and he said, well, that's not, it's a different time. We're living under a corrupt system. And see, Alex is saying that he was refused a police
Yeah.
letter. And and listen, I got a call from Camillus. I can call his name. He's now presently working with the DL with the UPP. They are the UPP, Dr. Ferdinand.
Yes. Yes.
Lynette is a UPP with
Yes.
Lynette's
Yes.
party, and he said he was very upset with and he said to me, Marcia, this is the nastiness that the BLP what they do. And so it has nothing to do with planning. You could have planned your meetings. When they come, there are some people in the police service who is going to give weight to them. And this is the kind of thing. And so we can't really have, peer elections, Dr. Purdy.
Yeah, I think it's very important for us to be able to define what fair elections are, Marcia. How I see it is that everybody is on the same page, everybody is given the same opportunity. You are not restricted in any way. I had a situation arise where I was told that I could only drive through because I ran for the St. George North constituency, and they told me I couldn't stop. I couldn't stop and speak, on the truck that we were on, going through and speaking to the people. They told me I could only drive through, and I couldn't have, vehicles with me because then that would be a motorcade, and I don't have the permission for a motorcade. And these were some of the things that I faced. And then to turn around and see the government at the time do exactly the very same thing that I wanted to do, and nobody said anything.
Correct.
And
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 this,
those were
yeah,
the kind of things.
it's unjust. And regardless of which government is in power, it's wrong. And if it's wrong, it's wrong. If it's wrong, it's
Yes.
wrong. And that's what we deal with. But on the screen here, and I see our next guest is here, Dr. Ferdinand. Um, yes, and but I see on the screen here we have, this is a manifesto, it seems, for Miss Dujon. And That's here. And she has a little letter there to everybody. I don't know if Dave quickly could go to the next page. Can you go to the next page, Dave? Is there another page to it? Okay.
Yes, there
Oh,
is another page.
right. Okay. So she talks about some of the things that she's planning to do here. Okay.
Yes.
Yes, the promise of the constituency of St. James. Um Her core principles. You're seeing it there. What's the vision? Do you want
Oh
to
yes.
read, Doctor? Yeah, the
Yeah,
vision.
sure. I'm seeing even her core principles: empowerment, equipping communities with tools, training, and resources to drive development, collaboration, forging strong partnerships among residents, nonprofit organizations, faith groups, establishing a local council, advocacy and accountability, represent your voice in the House of Assembly. And she also spoke about, under her leadership, St. George North will enjoy safer streets, brighter lights, smoother roads, reliable transport for seniors and commuters, expanded opportunities for the young people through skills training and job placements, empowered local council to ensure their voices shape government actions. She even treats to some of the key commitments, Marcia,
Mm,
immediate actions. She's looking at things like what we just spoke about: street lighting and road repairs, community initiatives, transport and senior support. And she pledges that she will be available for visible, honest, and creative service in serving St. James North. And she says that she will listen first and then act and harness the constituency's natural advantages and the people's passions to deliver tangible improvements, build sustainable partnerships, and empower people to be co-creators of their own progress. And I think those are some really wonderful perspectives to engage. You know, you're empowering people, Marcia. You're not giving a man a fish, you're teaching him how to fish. And that's the
Yeah.
important.
Yeah, and to the I didn't even know this existed. Is somebody because I'm not in the constituency, it's not for me. But someone in the constituency who was saying last night, I don't know where to go to vote, etc. She messaged me and she told me, "Oh, well, Felicia was at my house today." And she gave me a manifesto and sorted out, you know, my voting and where I need to vote and, you know, all of that. So I just wanna to give a shout out to that person from St. James North that alerted me to this document, which I don't live there, so I would not get this, but I think it's great that they have it. And I think Stephanie has one too. I didn't get Stephanie's, but I believe Stephanie has a manifesto, her vision for St. James North deserves leadership that empowers. Wow, David's going really fast. St. James North deserves leadership that empowers every resident and every community to shape and maintain their own spaces and interests by working hand in hand with the government agencies, local groups, churches, schools, businesses, and youth. We will foster an inclusive, collaborative, and energized constituency, one that delivers real results from better roads to brighter futures. So that is, so if you're in St. James North, there is a manifesto from Felicia Dujon, and I know for sure that there's one from Stephanie Williams as well. And if Stephanie sends us hers, we can also put it up sometime later this evening. All right, but we have. You want to set up the next segment?
Well, I this gentleman, I believe that we have coming to speak with us. I have been listening to the last several shows that we've had, and the contributions he's made to the shows have been tremendous, educational, and very powerful and very thought provoking. And I've seen him make a number of comments on the show, and it was so good to actually see him in person, actually contributing to the show in such a tremendous way. So, Marcia, can we welcome Adrian? I think it would be, am I right? Adrian Hines to the show this evening. I wish I could. Can I come on the show like that, Marcia? I like that. I like that casual, relaxing way. Can I go get my yellow hat to match my yellow shirt?
Of course you could. Of course you could.
Good evening, Adrian, and welcome.
A pleasant good evening to you, Dr. Ferdy. I hope you don't mind me calling you Doc or Dr. Ferdy. I'm a very, very casual guy.
Ferdy is fine. Ferdy is very, very fine.
Okay. Fortunately or unfortunately, or unfortunately, this is what America has done to me. I grew up in Barbados. Everywhere you went, you had to wear a shirt and tie. I never liked that. I am a very casual, relaxed type of person.
Yes.
So I hope this attire is not a problem. Yeah. And good night to Marcia.
I am just here getting ready to go get mine.
Well, feel free to go get your hat. You know they're going to say that they're going to say that it's DLP because you have on full blue, and then he's going to get his yellow hat. Luckily, I'm in green and orange.
Well, these colors don't belong to nobody. I have a red shirt. This is my cricket umpiring shirt. You know, so I have a red one as well because Saturdays we wear red, on Sundays we wear blue. And that's
okay. Well, you
and this is yeah, and this is a Banks, you know, Barbados beer hat.
Okay. Yeah. But well, here he goes in his hat.
Well, Ferdy, you don't need to wear a hat because you still have hair. I don't have any, so that's when the hat comes on.
Well, I don't know. You know, I've been seeing some receding areas. You might be in for a surprise.
My hair deserted me a long time ago, man.
Yeah, but you know, we are here in the middle of a by-election, you know, yes, guys, and we want to have a nice, robust discussion. Dr. Ferdinand, about what they have dubbed and given the nation a long glass of red Kool-Aid, Mr. Hines, about this this lost decade. And you know, I think if Dave could get that little video ready, you know, Mr. Hines, but you could go ahead and set up the segment, and then while he gets that ready.
Yeah, I've been, you know, when this nomenclature of a lost decade started, I knew it was just politics. I knew the history of the term lost decades had nothing to do with Barbados, but it was a political strategy to make it a local thing and pin it on the Democratic Labour Party. And people
Mm-hmm.
bought into it and bought into it quickly because the DLP did not respond. And it was so easy to respond to it first by giving the history of where the term came from, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then explain to people what the large economies, people in the large economies were going through, right? Actually, what we were experiencing in America during 2009 to 2019 was far more difficult than what Barbados was experiencing at the time, right? The facts are there, and these are arguments that they should have gone, you know, toe to toe with this political statement that the the Barbados Labour Party had put on, but they didn't do that, and it kind of grew, you know, teeth, and now there is much a harder and more difficult process of pulling it back, which can still happen. We just need to dig in, and every time we hear it, you know, state the truth. Here are the list of the things that people that were done during 2020, 2008 to 2018, right? And ask people, you know, position this directly to the people, to the voters, you know, eligible voters in Barbados, and ask them, you know, were things better? Are things better now than they were in 2008? You know, I mean, it's very very clear, right? Just to drive home the fact that, yeah, 2008 to 2019 could not have been a lost decade in the sense that the Barbados Labour Party wanted us to believe it was, if things then were better than things are
Mm-hmm.
now, and that's the case, you know. So
Mm-hmm.
I think, yeah, it is never too late. We should continue to push this narrative whenever we hear it, so that this the Barbados Labour Party should find something else to talk about, because it's clearly a lie,
Yeah.
clearly not
Well,
true.
can we play, Dr. Freddie? You think we could just play probably the
Yeah,
first, say the first 2 minutes, and then go
first
back
couple of
to.
minutes.
Yes, yes. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Dave, just play the first 2 minutes or so, and then we.
Hello, this is Nelson and Linda, your investigative journalist, back here with again,
Can you,
digging for truth. The Mia Mottley regime has labelled the DLP's time of governance from 2008 to 2018 as the lost decade. Let us take a look at this so-called lost decade and determine for ourselves, what did we really lose?
Under the Ministry of Education, Science, Technology and Innovation, they accomplished 1. 3 brand new Maria Holder nursery schools in Christchurch, St. Thomas, St. Philip. 2. Refurbishment of the Lodge School and Parkinson Memorial Secondary School. 3. Expansion of the Urdeston Teachers College. 4. Introduction of new degree programs at the Barbados Community College. 5. Appointment of over 400 teachers.
Under the Ministry of Finance and Economic
okay,
Affairs.
so pause. Let's pause
2008
right there.
to
Let's pause
2018.
there. Let's pause there. Right there. I think Dr. Purdy, and any of you could jump in there, because they just talked about the Ministry of Education, and all that was accomplished in those 10 years. The Maria Holder Foundation, they opened up all of these nursery schools, etc. Dr. Ferdinand, you.
Yes, I'm looking at it myself here. Building of the Blackman and Gollett Primary School, the refurbishment of Lodge School, and Parkinson Memorial Secondary School. I mean, these are things that were achieved during the DLP administration. There were 3 new Maria Holden nursery schools open in Christchurch, St. Thomas, St. Philip. So, you know, again, Marcia, it comes back to the whole perspective. You can have your own opinion, but you cannot have your own facts. These are the facts. And so it's really embarrassing, to be honest with you, knowing that it was the party that I was a part of, Adrian, and you remember probably my family being a part of the BLP, to hear these type of expressions in 2025 is absolutely disingenuous.
Yeah. Go ahead, Adrian.
No, but yeah, I keep echoing what Dr. Ferdy has said. It was a blatant lie, and on social media, those folks and friends that I know are BLP supporters. When I mentioned this to them, they couldn't respond. Then again, most BLP supporters will just regurgitate the sound bites that they're told to spread out there. They don't really have any details or facts behind what they're stating. But as I said, I have not been able to find anybody who was willing to go toe to toe with me with regards to my discussing the concept of the 2008 lost decade concept and what they truly believe, because they don't really believe it's all politics. So yeah, I mean, it's it really is hurtful to me, and it saddens me that the Democratic Labour Party did not take the fight to the Motley administration with this lost decade stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
Every time they mention it, they should have gotten up and state for everybody to hear what was accomplished. You know,
I mean, we
it's
didn't have a program at the Barbados Community College, Adrian. I went to
Mhm.
Barbados Community College, and that was really at the time I was there. It was really like an advanced level type of institution. But today we have degree program. My grandson is there doing a degree in computer science at the moment, and then you have the appointment of over 400 teachers. How can anybody say that that was
Mhm.
not accomplishments? That's just not true.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean the list is so long. It was 10 years of productivity in the face of a global economic meltdown that, I mean,
Yes.
of which the reverberations were felt from normal households in America to the dockyards across Asia. I mean, why wouldn't you think that the Caribbean would at some point, or to some degree, feel some of the pressures of what was happening at the global economy? I mean, if you go to cry out now about COVID and ashfall and what the tariff wars are currently about to bring to Barbados, why wouldn't you think that the largest, nobody is saying any of those events matched in terms of the destruction, the what happened to the American economy back in 1929, but in 2008 they were saying that it was almost parallel to what had occurred back in those days.
Yeah.
And I think the Democratic Labour Party did a fantastic job in keeping a lot of that fallout away from Barbadians. Yes, there was some pressure. There had to be,
Hmm.
and I don't fault
Mhm.
Barbadians for feeling that pressure and thinking that better should have been done. I mean, that's what you do. Anytime the economy is affected negatively, people tend to complain. And governing parties that during a bad economy or an economy that's negatively affected usually feel some pressure, if not suffer, at the polls. But to then characterize it as this overarching lost decade thing was way too much and really
Yeah,
ridiculous and
yeah, yeah,
dishonest.
Yeah, yeah. So
yeah.
as Pedro said, and especially in the, Dr. Ferdinand, when you think of the international backdrop, really, the fact that India was experiencing the issue, it was all over the world.
Yeah.
There was this crisis, and to see how the Prime Minister front us Stewart, and they don't even want us to call his name, and we have to change that. How we stabilize this economy is more like 10 years of stabilization, because look at education. List them again before we play. Can you list it? Do you have it there, Adrian? What happened in education, or is it Dr. Ferdinand who has it? Who has that
I
information?
Um,
don't have. Go ahead.
I
I don't.
had it up a moment ago, but I seem
Right,
to have
but
lost
we
it. But
talked about the nursery
you
schools.
had Yeah, and you had the 400 teachers. You had the establishment of degree courses at the community college. You had the refurbishment of Lodge School, which, if you go up there now, I mean, they use Lodge School, which was refurbished by the Democratic Labour Party for one of their celebratory, one of their party meetings. They use the Lodge School for that. You know, these are the things that were done. The Maria Holder schools opened in St. Thomas, Christchurch. You know, these are the things that were done. And I just wanted to add, Adrian, if I could, you know, I find it a joke when I hear them talk about a ash fall. What foolishness am I hearing? That lasted for, I mean,
Hold a minute, Dr. Freddie, hold that thought there, because what we want to do, we will talk about that when we talk about the economy. All right, so let's hold that thought right there. Go ahead.
Fine.
Let's play. Hold the thought. Let's play some more of the video there, so we just stay on track.
Barbados Community
Yeah,
College.
go right ahead. Go right ahead.
5. Appointment of over 400 teachers.
Under the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, between 2008 and 2018, they undertook 1. Establishment of the Financial Service Commission. 2. Establishment of the Barbados Revenue Authority. 3. Creation of a new government procurement system.
Interesting. Through the Ministry of Energy, they developed 1. The National Sustainable Energy Policy. 2. The Sustainable Energy Investment Program, Energy Smart Fund. 3. They enacted the Barbados Light and Power Act 2013.
Moving right along, through the Ministry of Tourism and International Transport.
Pause there,
we
Dave,
saw
before we
1.
get there. We get to
New
the
hotel
tourism.
plans, sandals.
Dave, can you pause? Yes. Okay. Right. Any comments there, Adrian? Anything you want to add there?
Yeah,
I'm
I'm sorry I didn't have the time to really do the level of detail I wanted to build out. Because there's so much that the Democratic Labour Party did during those 10 years. I mean, it wasn't
Yes.
only the large school; it was the St. Leonard's School. I think the Princess Margaret School got some work done on it as well.
Yes.
You know, the textbook loan scheme, they continued. You know, free school meals continued. There was a lot of, you know, micro things that really positively affect teachers and students that they did, because that's what the Democratic Labour Party does. And these are the things that they should build out, as a pushback to this unfortunate narrative, this honest narrative that occurred. So it wasn't only education. A lot they did a lot. I would come home during that 10 years. I used to come home almost every year, and I would get, a feel of the pulse of the people. Yes, there were things to complain about because things were not as good as they could be. I mean, it was all over the globe. But as I said, when people compare now to back then, and they had to make a choice, I'm telling you, back then is much better than now. That's for sure. Back then is better, and I always talk about the politics and the economics of crime, right? If things were as bad as they are now back in 2008, we would be having those 50 murders that we're having during this government back then. And we weren't. That is always to me a barometer in Barbados with regards to how well or how bad the economy is doing. Because I've heard this over the years, and I've found it to be true that a Barbadian in general would take a lot until they can't put food in their stomachs. And when they can't put food in their stomachs, is when all hell starts to break loose. And that's what we're seeing today in this country. People are having a hard time finding food. I'm not justifying crime or violence, right? But that is a part of the economics of crime. People will do what they have to do, or would be forced, or would, yeah, they would definitely start to do things or think about doing things that normally wouldn't do, because the money tight, and the cupboard kind of beer, and that's what's happening now. You got to ask yourself, why are these things happening? It's government policy that these things are happening.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, even when sorry, Mars, even when I
No,
look
go right ahead.
at the listing, the establishment of the Financial Services Commission, that was a critical uh, foundational aspect of our financial system in Barbados. The Barbados Revenue Authority that was just hacked under their administration was established by the Democratic Labour Party, the creation of a new government procurement system. What I see, Marcia and Adrian, is that the current administration has been building upon these things and seem to want to claim these things as their own, when in truth and in
Yep.
fact they were established by the Democratic Labour Party.
Yeah, brah. So when you put it like that, Adrian, that brah, that we just say brah. And I remember when the name came up under the DLP, people were laughing at the name, but no, we don't laugh at it anymore. But that every time you hear they talk about brah, that was under those 10 years, guys. So
Yes,
it's a
yes.
Kool-Aid that we're drinking. Let me just let's just have Mr. Hines make a comment there, and then we want to just bear with us. There is Dawn Marie that is she's speaking on the campaign, and we just get a little bit of her, Adrian, and then we're going to come back. But just give her a few minutes comments on this, and then we're going to go to Dawn Marie.
On this, the Electorate Light and Power Act 2013. Yeah. Let's go to Dawn Marie. I am not.
Okay, we'll
Sufficiently,
just go. Yeah, let's go to
let's go to
Dave. Are we ready with her? To go to her. And I see the people online. They are, if you read the comments, Adrian, people are writing in the comment section.
free bus fare. Yeah, there's just so much, man. And we need to
Yeah, yeah.
push this in their faces when they talk this nonsense. It's just so much, man. I actually, this is going to force me to do a summarized colory of all these events as a talking point. That when these BLP sycophants mention these things, that we can pull out a little card and have a cheat sheet of 10, 15 items and say these are the things that happened on the 2018 that positively affected our lives. What nonsense you talking? That we can tell, we can say back to this and push back on this lost decade nonsense.
Yes, yeah, we're going to come back to the last decade, guys, but let's take in some of Dawn Marie. Thank you.
Go home. Big man, black man, please go home after May 21st. Please go home. You are making a mockery of the hardship of Barbadians in this country. Please go home. You would not even tell your comrades to be quieter at a time like this. And I said it the last time. There is no need for the pomp setting in red. Please go home and take them with you. Felicia is humble. Felicia is kind. Felicia is understanding. She studied philosophy. She understands human interaction. She knows. She is warm-hearted. She is knowledgeable. She is amiable. She is polite. She is little in stature but big in nature. That woman deserves your vote. Deserves your vote. And it is so funny because I've had some interactions with people. And it is so sad to hear people saying, oh, well, she's a foreign. No, sir, because you speak in a Grenadian accent when you're ready to. So no, it is not about who is foreign and who is not foreign. We know who is for us. Felicia Dujon is for us. Felicia Dujon is for the people of St. James North. And I know she is covering good ground. And I cannot believe her work ethic. I have canvassed with Felicia and knocked at houses and people have said she's been here already. And I say, pardon? You sure?
Yes.
She's been here already and she has my support in less than 3 weeks. You know what it is that you got a canvassing team out and you ahead of the canvassing team and you touch houses and everybody just wondering how. If this woman can work like this and she is not yet up the steps of Parliament, imagine what she will do next to Ralph in that house after May 21st. With all of the odds supposedly, and I say supposedly, because what is, I guess, reality on social media is not necessarily reality on real life. What is supposedly supposed to be the odds stacked against her, I could tell you for a fact being on the ground. Those odds are very much in the favor of Felicia Dujon. Very much in the favor of Felicia Dujon. St. James North Cemetery Lane, I tell you, when you go into that polling station, no one will know how you vote. Don't let anybody scare you about your people know if you vote. People can go in and see if you have voted. They cannot tell how you have voted. Cast your X for Felicia Dujon. I have never seen people so scared to speak up. And when the Prime Minister brought persons out in the tens of thousands to march against the Democratic Labour Party, it was a sea of people. And you know what? It was their right. It was their right to march. And the Democratic Labour Party sat and watched. It was their right. It is democracy. And now you have people calling, ringing up our phones ring on a daily basis. You could talk about this, you could talk about this. No, come out in your numbers and march against this Barbados Labour Party government. Come out with the same strength and march against this Barbados Labour Party government. March to the polling stations on May 21st and vote them out of the seat. This is not the country I know. They just tell you like it is and tell you what they like and let you know when you're doing nonsense. Let this Barbados Labour Party know that they're doing nonsense. But no, you give somebody a job and they must be thankful. Oh, my son get a little pay.
Yeah.
I can't be seen.
Sad.
No, not in this democracy. Restore democracy in this country and give Felicia the seats. Rise up, Barbados. Rise up, St. James North, and vote for Felicia Dujon on Wednesday, May 21st. And on that note, I thank you for listening.
In true Dawn Marie style.
Always a strong speaker. I love to listen to her.
Oh, I love to. I wanted to make sure I got some of that. I love her boldness, and yeah. But over. Let me not. Yeah, I get carried away.
Right.
Go ahead. You were saying something.
Yeah. So while she was talking, I was looking up. Oh, come back here. Don't go anywhere. I was looking up. Yeah, the key benefits of the Electric Light and Power Act of 2013. And yeah, I mean, I've never really looked at this, but it is celebrated as a really, really good thing that the Democratic Party did.
This is the Light and Power Act of 2013. Yeah.
Yeah. The act repealed and replaced the much older Electric Light and Power Act of 1899. It was designed to open up the electricity market to independent power producers, encourage renewable energy investments in especially solar and wind, and improve regulatory regulations and transparency and energy security. It allowed individuals and co-ops to produce electricity from renewable sources like solar, wind, and biomass. And they introduced a framework of licensing small and large renewable energy producers, boosted interest in photovoltaic installations across homes in Barbados. The impact sparked growth in residential and commercial solar installations, helped reduce dependence on imported fossil fuels, and set Barbados on a path towards 100% renewable energy by 2030, a goal later adopted and accelerated by the BLP.
Wow.
There you go.
You're telling me that you're telling me in this last decade they were talking about renewable energy from, hold a minute.
So I mean, that in itself, how can you, if something is lost, you can't find it. And if you can't find it, you can't be using it. So how could they be accelerating something that occurred during the last decade? How is that possible? You know what? It's possible. It is possible if you lied that you didn't find it. It's like back in the days when we started to play hopping ball cricket, and the guys from up the hill come down. We didn't want to play with them, so we take the ball, we put it in the pocket, and then we tell them that the ball lost, but we got the ball. We got the ball, but we tell them that it lost. And that's what the Barbados Labour Party's been doing, telling people that a lost decade, and then going in and using all the things that occurred during the last decade, the best Dos Santos lab, all of these things that were done during the 2008 to 2018. They then picked them up and ran with them. And they didn't even mention how these things came into existence. Obviously, they couldn't, because it would dispel this lie, this political lie of a lost decade.
Yeah. You were saying something, Dr. Ferdinand.
No, it's funny, but I'm looking at some of the same information as well to Adrian, and it is ludicrous because you have a prime minister here in Barbados that has been jet setting all over the world as the climate change czar. I have to call it the climate change czar globally, as if this has suddenly appeared under the Barbados Labour Party.
Yeah.
The evidence is there to show that these matters, matters of climate change, matters of renewable energy, all of these aspects were introduced by the Democratic Labour Party, and here you are now building on it, but you want to claim ownership of it rather than credit it. I can't even remember what my mother would call that, but it would not be a very nice statement she would have made.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But and that's why shows like this, Adrian, is so important, because during that time, though they were in office, interesting, Adrian, they controlled the media somehow. So while the someone just said this to me, the Labour lost the game was pushed by the BLP and its supporters in the media. So though the DLP was in power, the BLP somehow they were able to control the propaganda machinery, the media. So while the response of the DLP was perhaps inadequate, they were fighting a hostile media. And
Yeah.
that's why a show like ours is so important, Mr.
Yeah.
Hines.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And I am so happy. That's why when you first came up, I sought to let you know that you are finding nuggets of gold that needs to be processed and refined, because this is what Barbados has been missing. It is what and who we are. Yeah, Barbadians have always looked to someone to lead. It's an unfortunate thing, but it is what it is. And unfortunately, for those people who've been leading, they're all politicians, and they will only lead when it's in their interest. So when their interest has been met, then the people become leaderless. So that's why I always said that we needed something that could, you know, could stand on its own, and we can, because politics is integral to who and how we live. When it suits our purpose, suits this entity's purpose, they can branch off and encourage people and educate people as to why one political entity over the other is in the best interest of the country. And I think that's what we're doing tonight. But definitely, this show is demonstrating what is necessary given the predicament that Barbados is in with regards to things like libel threats, political intimidation, and the ensuing fear that citizens have with regards to effects on their livelihood if they speak truth to power. So this is a very, very good thing, and I hope that we can continue to do this, and find and encourage those of us who have that conviction to speak truth to power in spite of perceptions of intimidation, that we
Yes.
can continue to do that, and strengthen it and encourage Barbadians to do likewise, see things through their own lens, and always, as I said, center themselves in this polity of our environment, this society, that you are the center, and everything else must have a positive impact on you. That you must ask that question all the time: what's in it for me? When these people
Yeah.
come bearing gifts, I just
Doctor, thank you so much, Mr. Hines. Dr. Ferdinand, if we were living in the US, you would have found that there would be the media would then do investigative
oh,
journalism,
absolutely.
and they would dig into this concept of the lost decade, and they would be doing, true media would be doing what we're doing tonight, and to
That's
bring
right.
truth. And that's the thing about
That's right.
America. And let me just see Mr. Strickland, one of our panelists, he's in the comment section, and just let me clarify something from Mrs. Strickland, that the Barbados Today article that you're you're seeing on here was an article that was reporting at the time in 2014 about the Electric Light and Power Act of 2013 and talking about the amendment for 2015. However, the document that you're seeing there was not put together by the Barbados today, okay? Just so you understand and put everything in context. But
Right.
over to you, Dr. Ferdinand.
Yeah, again, I'm sitting taking a look at and listening to this information, and it's really important for people to recognize where the foundation of things are established. I'm looking at just let me see if I can pull it back up here again in front of me. I'm looking at these aspects that Adrian mentioned. Wow, I had it here a moment ago, but I seem to have lost it, but that's okay. When you look at these things that are being told to us and you listen to the it's not being honest in terms of what it is doing. And I can understand, Marcia, because I know that it is a fact that phone calls have been made over the years to editors and so on concerning stories to be carried in reports that will not make the media. They will not be here. And if that is done again, XYZ. But you mentioned in the program, I think it was last night, Adrian, I
Mm-hmm.
believe it was, if I'm correct, you mentioned the aspect of us becoming a republic. And I like the idea that you're continuously promoting of the people being at the center
Yeah.
of these matters, because shifting from what we would call our independence to the republic really is supposed to reinforce the centralization of people when it comes to governance. And I have heard people talk about, which time did the government ever had to go to the people to tell them about this and tell them about that? But the times have changed, and the people are demanding accountability and transparency, Marcia, which incidentally
Yeah.
the government campaigned on and have not delivered.
Have not delivered. But the same thing we're doing tonight, Mr. Hines, and going back at the last decade, I want us to, over when this election is over, to sit down and go through the BLP manifesto in the same way. We're going to
Yeah,
do that. But
yeah.
let's go a little bit more, look a little bit more. But you know what? Even before we do that, you said to me to read the comment section, Mr. Hines,
Yes.
and
So I
I thank you for that constructive criticism. The
yeah.
cost of fields, let me just address this here. He said the problem the teachers are having came out of the last decade. So it was wrong then, so it is wrong now. Now, the issue with the teachers, Dr. Purdy and Mr. Hines, what occurred is that we're going through a difficult time in the economy. And so the prime minister spoke to the people, they spoke to the teachers and said, all right, we are going to delay the term leave, right? The long-term leave over a period of time, and and then we're going to put it back. Then the issue continued, and then they said, okay, they discussed it again with the unions. We're going to do this and we're going to put it back. By the time they were ready, they were now out of power, right? They were
Yes,
now out of
yes.
power. So don't, what I'm saying, we love to do this kind of thing, Adrian, and not put things in context. So it is now within this administration, it is now their turn. It occurred in that time, yes, it did, because there were we had to kind of pull our belts together because Mr. Fronda Stewart did not want us to go to the IMF. So they
Yep.
were trying to do all that they could to hold the ship together. Okay, so now that if they're saying that there's bounty, Mr. Hines, the bounty, then the teachers now, they need to reinstate the term leave for the teachers. So
Yeah.
let's say all of it, the cost of fields.
All right.
Adrian.
Before I want to I want to mention I just want to go. There were four comments that I just wanted to highlight. Monica Ince said that in her opinion, the DLP did good with 16 seats. Barbados Labour Party not so good with 29. Jonathan B highlighted the 2017 energy policy on the Democratic Labour Party. Stephen Strickland reminded us that the BLACKMAN Gollop Primary School was also developed
Yes.
during them. And Square 4 is referencing how the Barbados Labour Party operates. He used the words lies. I would say a propaganda. Now, the comment by DeCoste, I'm not sure what Mr. Fields meant or intended with that comment, right? But I'd be honest with you, the first thing I'm hearing of the term leave issue is now, which suggests to me that the Democratic Labour Party sold the idea of, you know, negatively or taking away the term leave during during their term to the benefit or to the satisfaction of the teachers, and it wasn't an issue, that they understood that it was going to come back at some point, and that's where we are. The question is, you know, if not now, when? You know, we are, and that's something that happens a lot. I mean, the central bank governor and the workers union and these folks, after 2018 was accepting of less than the requirements that they wanted in wage increases for their people during the DLP. I think they were asking for 15% during the DLP, and then they took 5 during the BLP. So what I'm saying is, it is not for us to say that taking term leave away from the teachers during the Democratic Labour Party was wrong if the teachers understood,
Yes,
accepted it, with under the condition that it will be returned at some point, and that what they're doing now is not saying that it was wrong back then. They're saying that, hey, the agreement was you will
Time has
return
come.
this,
Yeah, the
and the
time has
time
come.
has come, and we want to do
Yeah.
it. So you're right. Some people just they have an intent, they have a narrative, and they take facts and they massage those facts to accommodate a narrative that is not honest.
yeah.
I'm not saying Mr. Field was being dishonest, or again, I don't really fully understand, but what I read in terms of what he says, it seems to suggest that it was wrong then and it was wrong. It was not for us to decide that. If the teacher said it was wrong then, I don't know that they did. I don't see anything to suggest that
No, they
they said it
agreed
was
to it,
wrong then.
and then
Right.
they went to court, and it's supposed to be reinstated, and we are in this time now, and this is the time they're not in power. If the DLP was in power and they did not reinstate it, Dr. Ferdinand, then that's the problem.
Yeah. Like what
But you
Sharon
see,
said, he lost. Sharon just said he lost. Their kids seem so precious now.
but again, you see, you are pressed with the perspective that how are you going to deny the access to it now when you claim that the economy is recuperating? I think the central bank governor said 2 point something percent increase in the last quarter. You're out of the
Yeah.
IMF program. You're not going back into this program. You've got money borrowed for X, Y, and Z. So why not implement the things that you were promising to do or that were committed to in the past, in the past decade, in that decade, which the teachers agreed to? And
Yeah.
now the opportunity comes for you to be able to do that. What's the argument? What's the discussion? Just do it. You see,
Agreed.
and
Yeah.
this is the problem.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go
Go
ahead,
ahead.
Adrian.
No, I know. Adding to that too is other things too. I mean, they're walking around bragging about having 32 weeks of U.S. foreign reserves,
Borrowed
borrowed, but
money.
nevertheless they have it. So we understand under the DLP instituted a 2.5 forex financial foreign exchange fee if you wanted to buy U.S.
Mm-hmm.
And they did that because the reserves were going down. They were trying to get people to slow down their use of foreign reserves because the reserves was going down. Understand? But now you have 32 weeks and you're bragging about it, but the forex fee is still there. Why is that?
It's still there.
Why is
Correct.
that?
And
Yeah,
and the 17.5% VAT is also still
still
there
there.
after you canvassed against it in Parliament. I
Yeah,
watched the debates, Adrian,
yeah.
when Chris Sinclair introduced the 17.5 temporarily
Oh,
increase.
hmm,
I listened to the debates. The same people propagating it today were
yeah.
fighting it then, came to office in 2018 and have not done a
Done
thing
a
to
thing
reduce.
Yeah,
about it. It
yeah.
is it is clear political dishonesty
Sure.
that these
Yeah.
people engage on all
I
the
am
time,
telling
and
you,
it needs to be called out.
and they have to be called out, and as long as we have, and this is why we try to protect this platform, we will tell the truth on here. Let's play a little bit more, gentlemen. Tonight we're just we're doing a little summary, and then we're going to break it down on other shows. But Dave, just play a little bit more. Thank you so much.
Light and Power Act 2013.
Moving right along, through the Ministry of Tourism and International Transport, we saw 1. New hotel brands, Sandals, Hyatt and Wyndham. 2. The Tourism Industry Relief Fund, TIRF. 3. The Barbados Port Incorporated Amendment Bill 2014. 4. An upgrade to Caves of Barbados, Harrison's Cave. 5. The expansion of the Bridgetown Port.
Lost decade. Really? Under the Ministry of Industry International Business.
Stop right there,
Commerce,
and let's
and
go
Small
back
Business
to
Development. Here's what we pulled out
tourism.
and busted off.
Dave, just go back to tourism there, and we are looking at all of these hotels that were built or upgraded. New hotel brands came to Barbados. You all remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Sandals,
Yeah.
Hyatt, and Wyndham. Anybody
Yeah.
remember that?
But you would think that Hyatt has come into Barbados under the current administration.
Yeah.
You would think that. I mean,
It's you continue that thought there, because remember they are the ones that though they had the agreement for Hyatt to come, they are the ones that stopped it from actually being built, right?
thank you very much.
Yes.
But no, it is a big thing for the redevelopment of the entire Bridgetown and Bay Street area. The whole
Yeah.
aspect of the expansion of the Bridgetown port, I saw that occur. We see all the way down Spring Garden, the expansion of the Bridgetown port. That did not happen under the current administration. That happened under the Democratic Labour Party. All those expansion aspects, all of those developmental aspects.
But
Yes.
if I
That you're
could
looking
quickly
at.
say, could I quickly add that what they have done, though, they were talking about the Hyatt, and they now are putting hotels, Mr. Hines, all along the stretch there. So they are
Yeah.
now cutting off all the windows to the sea, but they refused to let Hyatt go through, because David Commission says that the Hyatt was going to cast a shadow on its father's grave. But look at what is happening now. They are cutting out. They are now building hotels all along there, where you now have the government headquarters, where the prime minister's office and all of that. They're putting hotels all along there, Mr.
Yeah.
Hines.
Everybody know he was being political, and that's I mean, yeah, I could
You
speak
mean the
quite a
current
bit about him.
commission? What the current ambassador, CARICOM?
Yeah, the gentleman on the screen right there. I don't feel like I really want to
But
call
then
his name, but
they're doing the hotels all the way down Bay Street, all the way down by where MG Tucker was, all the way down by Laurie Dash, all the way down by the old dry dock area, all the way down Hank Street, Marcia. We looked at this several weeks ago. It's on the BT. What is it? The BTI, I think it is
BTMI.
website, BTMI website. The entire area. There's literally going to be very little, if any, windows to the sea for Barbadians.
Right,
yeah,
but the one hotel that with the Hyatt, and to think that they even went as far as, remember, to take the land from Miss
Haven't paid her for it yet.
right, and that is not what the DLP was going to do. It was going to be right there where Freedom, the area where Freedom Park is. Am I correct in that area? I'm always bad with the direct. I think it's in that area. So they then built this Freedom Park, and then go over the next door and took Miss Ram's land. I mean, this is just crazy.
I hopefully one of these days we'll hear the real reasoning and rationale for the way the old NIS building was pushed down and this park put up at that time. Why
At
was
that
it done at that time? And what was the thinking? I don't fully
Well,
understand it, but
Caswell told us on the show, and
yeah,
Caswell reported that he was told by the gentleman that it was he did it, it was political. There was nothing. He said it on the show, right on the show. He said that he told him after the elections. And this is a kind of thing that we are, we're dealing with here.
Tired of it.
The
yeah.
Barbados, yeah.
So the Tourism Incentive and Investment Policies, Tourism Development Act, the continued implementation and amendments of the Tourism Development Act, providing duty-free concessions for hotel renovations, acquisitions and furnitures, fixtures, fittings, constructions of new hotels, increased private sector participation, major hotel project initiated or supported, Sandals, Barbados, former Casuarina Hotel, Sam Lawrence Castle redevelopment by Wyndham. These are just a number, some of the things. My mouse keeps dying on me all the time. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, this is a whole show just talking about what the tourism achievements, right? This is a whole show, right? And all this happened during 2008, 2018, you know, and any other, all of these things that I'm looking at independently, whether it's the um, Electricity Act of 2013, you know, it's like 13 pages of initiatives that were captured under that to the benefit of Barbados. Again, that's another half of a show talking about that, right? So I so annoyed that nobody took the time to highlight the benefits of these initiatives, these acts, these pieces of legislation that came about in 2008, 2018 in response to that wicked political lie of a lost decade.
And Dr. Ferdinand, this is a thing with the media, in Barbados, and I'm speaking generally. When we start to now uncover these lies, they now tell us that we are DLP because we're doing that, while we are seeking to bring justice and truth. No, you're now labeled DLP when a lot of you media, you propagated these lies.
Yeah.
Dr. Ferdinand.
Yeah, again, you see, it's the whole aspect. You talked just now about investigative journalism. Now, I'm going to be very careful because sometimes some of the journalists get after me when I say certain things. But you just mentioned the whole aspect of journalism in the United States. Marcia, if we had American journalists here, I think people would be in jail. To be honest with you, because I mean the number of things that are going on that are not being exposed, and I believe that we're coming into an era where a lot of exposure is concerned is going to occur. You have the PAC that does not function, Marcia, in Parliament to give account for certain things as it relates to government's activities and financial accountability. You have aspects that are not engaged in terms of the general accountability of the government. And these are things that people are simply saying, we've had enough. We've had enough. We have a $60 million embarrassment of a housing program. We are hearing all of these things about the development of Bridgetown. This is a heritage site, is it not, Adrian?
Yes.
Bridgetown is designated a heritage site. How in the name of God are we going to keep that designation with multi-million dollar, multi-story modern hotel systems being developed and set down in the Bridgetown area? How are we going to do that?
Yeah. So
yes,
Carol
go ahead.
mentioned Carol mentioned that hotels in Miami are renting out the top floors of hotels, and that we may have to do a similar thing in Barbados. I think that's a industry that has been around for a while now. It's called staycations. I know the Crane Hotel does a lot of that. A lot of my friends talks about going up there for a weekend and stuff like that. But I just want to summarize the hotel industry achievements. My mouse is working. Hotel investments. Sandals, Sugar Bay, Seabreeze Hotels, upgrades, Sam Lawrence Castle redevelopment, incentives, expand duty-free and tax concessions under the Tourism Development Act, refurbishments, financial and policy support for small to medium-sized hotel upgrades, workforce, expansion of hospitality training via BCC and TVET Council, marketing, strengthen international marketing and rebranding the BTMI, airlift, increase airline routes and flight frequency and policy, launch the Sustainable Tourism Master Plan 2014 to 23.
All of that
occurred under 2008 to 2018. The people were working. The government was working. But as I said, there was some hurt at the micro level, and the people felt it, and they were encouraged by the opposition then to make this big mountain of it. and the governing party did not make, in my view, a good response to defend their stewardship, and it took win. But people are seeing now. There's nobody that can say that life since 2018 under IMF austerity measures is better at the micro level than in
Now,
2008. How could it be? I mean, that's why the last prime minister was trying to stop not to go to the IMF, because it is a given that if the IMF is going to help you, you're going to have to stop doing things that will redound or result in hardships, economic hardships to the people. And he was trying to shield you from that, right? But we were encouraged to see it otherwise, and here we are today.
you saw I'm sure you saw the video with the central bank governor trying to answer that question with the reporter, and I was embarrassed. I was
Yes.
really embarrassed, because you
Yeah,
could
he should
see
be
that he
embarrassed.
had no response. You could see that.
Never,
Yeah.
definitely no response. Well,
No response.
we're going to continue. Are you finished there? Because
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
tonight we're doing an overview, and we wanted to try to stick to this point as much as possible. So can I move on a little bit, gentlemen?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Dave. Thank you.
New hotel brands, Sandals, Hyatt and Wyndham. 2. The Tourism Industry Relief Fund, TIRF. 3. The Barbados Port Incorporated Amendment, Bill 2014. 4. An upgrade to Caves of Barbados, Harrison's Cave. 5. The expansion of the Bridgetown Port.
Lost decade. Really? Under the Ministry of Industry, International Business, Commerce and Small Business Development, here is what we pulled out and dusted off. The implementation of 1. The Electronic Filing Bill 2014. 2. The Corporate Trust and Service Providers Act 2015. 3. Foundations Act 2-13-2. 4. International Business, Miscellaneous Provisions Bill, 2014. 5. Notaries Public Bill 2017. When are we going to get through this stuff? This is a
Stay
handful.
here, Dave. Stay
Anyhow,
here a little
under
bit,
the
Dave.
Ministry of
Dave,
Social
Dave?
Care, Constituency Empowerment and Community Development,
Not
there
hearing
was
me, Dave.
1. A white paper on disabilities. 2. The National Strategic Plan.
So if you could go back a little bit, Dave, just back to the right, the Ministry of
Yeah,
Industry,
Ministry of Industry,
International Business, Commerce,
Commerce.
and Small Business. I wonder who was the minister. Was that Donville Innes?
I think so.
Yeah.
Minister,
Okay.
we said Minister of Small Business.
Industry, International Business, Commerce, and Small Business Development.
I think Donville Innes, yeah.
Okay, so the electronic filing, Dave, if you could just move it over so we can actually see it properly, so we, get on that.
Industry, International Business, Commerce, and Small Business Development. Here is what we pulled out and dusted off. The implementation of 1. The Electronic Filing Bill 2000.
All right. So I just want the people to be able to read it properly, and some people might be taking screenshots. Some of you take screenshots so that you can, as Adrian says, refute what they're saying. It's not, because it's nonsense. Most of them, they're just regurgitating what they're being told. So the electronic filing that we're doing right now with our taxes, is that what this is all about? That this was done in 2014,
2014.
guys?
I'm not sure. I have to look it up, but I believe it would be electronic filing.
Yeah, as it says.
I'm
so
looking it up as well.
The reason I wanted to highlight this, because I want people to know that every time that you would go to some day-to-day activities, business activities that you do, right? Electronic filing, right? That's day-to-day. Now my husband is here filing his taxes. That was done in 2014. This is done in what they want us to believe, that nothing was done in those 10 years. But that's an activity that it's now commonplace, right? It's now commonplace. Yeah.
They're saying this is. It seems it was specific to companies a significant piece of legislation enacted by the Parliament of Barbados to modernize and streamline the process of filing documents with the Registrar of Companies. The Act facilitated the electronic submission, storage, and retrieval of information, forms, and documents required under various corporate laws. I was looking to see if it
Yeah, if
had to
it
do with
involved the taxes as
yeah
well.
income
If
tax. I
somebody
don't.
knows and they can let us know, guys. And we promise you we're going to get more. We're going to break down each of these areas to you. You know, we're
Yeah.
always transparent with you. What we don't know, we're going to say we don't know, and you are able to help us. Okay, thank you so much, Dave. Oh boy, he's so resourceful.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think income tax had to do with I know there was some other app that I had access to, and then one day I went to it and it was no longer, and I thought I heard the Prime Minister say that they've done away with it because it has some deficiencies, but it was that would have satisfied. I don't remember the name of it, but that would have satisfied the idea of electronic filing of taxes.
Right.
I
Yeah.
don't remember the name of it, but it was something
Yes.
that BRA has now taken over, but I don't quite remember the name. I can find it, but I continue to
Yes.
have problems with my mouse.
Yeah, because this was something I remember David Thompson saying that he would always say, "I remember this," and I thought this was so such an important thought, Dr. Ferdinand, that he had for efficiency, greater efficiency within the public sector, and he would say, "Why do you have to stand in a line, you know, and wait so many hours to do business in the public sector?" And so this would have been part, I believe, part of what they would have implemented so that the public sector would be more efficient, that you can file your stuff online. The registrar is now authorized to accept, register, maintain, store, and reproduce documents online. I know we do it so naturally, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Any
we do.
information. Yeah.
So, with regards to the ministers for industry and trade and stuff during the DLP term, David Estwick was the Minister of Economic Affairs, Empowerment, Innovation, Trade and Industry from 2008 to 2010. Then 2010 to 2013, Haisley Ben was appointed Minister of Commerce and Trade. And then 2013 to 2018, Donville Innes was Small Business Development, Financing, Innovation, and Entrepreneurship.
So this
Just wanted to get that in.
notary's public bill, is this what this has to do with what is this? What is this? Can somebody educate me on that? The notary's
Notary public is someone licensed or certified to sign documents on behalf of citizens for the procurement of access to financing, satisfy requirements for government, etc. It's something
I
that
think, Adrian, in Barbados we would call them justices of the peace. I believe
right,
so.
right,
yes.
yeah,
Notary is very. I mean, in Grand Cayman, it's notary publics, but
yeah.
I think here there would be justice of the peace. I stand to be corrected, but I
Yeah,
believe they
but the
would be
reason I asked,
certified.
I know what they do, and I ask it for a reason, Adrian and Dr. Ferdinand, because do you see how, and I'm wondering if it is through this bill that the government in 2018, and up even now, they have put so many or installed so many JPs, notary publics, all over Barbados, and they use it as a political gift. And people feel
Yeah.
so important, and I see people, I mean, an educated teacher online putting JP behind their name, that you're not supposed to do that. It is not, but the BLP has used that as a political gift. They give you, I made you a JP, and people feel, oh, I'm a JP, and I was made a JP under the BLP, but the bill that would have put that in place for them to be able to initiate so many individuals in as JP came from the DLP. I'm seeing here, and the fact that people are putting this JP behind their name, which, I mean, it's only nowadays that they're doing it. It's not something that you do.
Well, you know the old saying, right? Back in the day, you get watched by a set of keys and you think that you own the building, right? Same thing, JP. You guys walk around and think that they are the mayors or the governors of the various villages in which they live. It gives them a sense of importance. I can't take that away from them, but at the same time, yeah, people need to understand. And I always say this: most things done in this under this government isn't done by merit. And it is easy for me to be dismissive of people who got national accolades under the Mia Motley government. It's like, okay, yeah, you sang in the choir, you get. Remember, this lady, the tentacles of her office runs deep and wide through government and the society, and she rewards patronage slash corruption. Because I tell you, there's a fine line between patronage and corruption within Westminster, right? That's what she does. There is the unsound or unspoken requirement that you, one, earn it by being supportive and loyal, and two, demonstrating and understanding that there's still work for you to do in building out the BLP under Mayor Motley. And this is your your 8 pieces of silver, or whatever it's called, for you to continue doing that. Every one of them. That's why I have again, I am politically
Oh,
iconoclastic with regards to a lot of these accolades that these folks get, and titles, because I don't see it as merit. I don't see, again, merit is a strange term in Barbados, not fully appreciated. People get things based on who they know and who know them.
yeah,
So, yeah, it's sad, but that's how I view them.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, somebody here is saying the notary is public
Yeah.
and the justice of peace are two different things. That's why there's a bill specific to them, and that they have a bit more authority. But I thought it was a synonymous.
I myself, I thought it was
I thought it was synonymous.
And I understand why you thought that too. I wasn't sure. I know, yeah, JP's at one point perform a lot of the functions of a notary public. A JP in Barbados perform a lot of the functions that a notary public would perform in
Yeah,
America. So that's
yeah.
where I saw the potential for there to be related. But as the person just said, there are two different things. Notary public, let me see, Notary Barbados provides a comprehensive framework for the appointment of regulations and duties of notaries publics in the countries. While the Act does not include a dedicated definition, Section 8 outlines key terms and rules for the provision. I'll read through this and summarize it. It's pretty long, and then come back
Yeah,
and tell you. But it
yeah.
doesn't seem
So
like it has
tonight,
anything to
as
do
we
with JPs.
sorry, go ahead, Mr. Hines. I'm sorry.
Yeah, in Barbados, yeah, or down here it says that, yeah, justices of the peace and notary publics are distinct roles with separate functions and authorities. JPs are appointed public officers who primarily serve in administrative and community capacities, function administering oaths and affirmations, witnessing signatures and documents, certifying copies of documents, and provide character references. And these are things that notary publics do in the US. A notary public in Barbados, their functions authenticating and notarizing documents. It's the same thing for use both domestically and internationally, issuing notarial certificates, witnessing, authenticating, and executing deeds and legal instruments. So let me see.
Mm.
So the difference is notary publics witness and authenticate
Ah,
documents, and JPs certify copies of documents. That's the same thing,
it's
really.
true. It's
So
true.
far, just from a quick glance, I'll go through and find out the true details
Yeah.
that differentiate the two. But so far, it seems like um, um, Notary Public and this new act might have to do with doing what JPs do, but for an international audience. I could be wrong,
Mm.
but I will
Right.
go through
Go
and
through and
because
look, and that
yeah,
the JP they're saying they authorize copies of the original document. But I think, as we said, Dr. Ferdinand, tonight we just wanted to introduce this because, you know, we're focused a lot on the St. James Knot, but we wanted to introduce this lost decade in quotation and question mark. And then what we're going to do, as you see, we have the information there. We're going to go through each area for you, and we're going to have this discussion. Mr. Hines, is there anything in the comment section that you want to bring, or Dr. Purdy?
I captured two earlier, Marva Hunt. She just emphasized the duplicity of the unions with regards to demanding X amount in increase under the Democratic Labour Party and taking less under the Barbados Labour Party. Marva Hunt, thank you for that. I'm glad that you've seen that. Spread the word that that is true. And yeah, I spoke to Carol before about the Miami hotels renting out top floors and equating that to staycations in Barbados.
But she also makes a comment to Adrian that all of these items listed were accomplished with less ministers and few consultants than the present administration. I was just actually looking at the cabinet and recognizing there are over 25 ministers. And I remember when the Democratic Labour Party had 14, it was criticized for having too many ministers. But now we're seeing, I was just quickly going through it, at least 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 2, about 26, 28 ministers and consultants. Carol is making that point. Let me see. There was something else I saw. Oh yeah, Cami makes a comment. Didn't hear you mention. I think that will be coming up though, Marcia, with the Barbados Water Authority building that was built during the lost decade. I think that will be upcoming.
That will be coming up. Yes, that will come. Yeah. Anything else, Mr. Hines?
No, I'm just laughing here at Monica Inks talking about someone that used to have brass stacks hot, and the quiet she done with a JP. I laugh because I know. There are quite a few people like that. Oh my God.
I am telling you, this thing is so silly. It is so silly, and it's a quest for power. It's a quest for notoriety. It's a quest for importance.
But you know that behavior is as an old Bajan thing. You know, it happens all across family. There are people who deliberately will help you, not out of the kindness of their heart, right? They do it because they want to own you, and then when you step out the line, they remind you of all the good that they do, you know. And that's why people oftentimes, when they take Barbadians, when they take stuff, they see it as a sign of towing the line, because more often than not, that is the intent. That $300, that's solidarity thing. But
Adrian, think about it, Adrian. A JP, it tells me that that person, if you are going to be strutting and feeling you're so important because somebody made you a JP, I mean, it tells me the level of your, you know, where your mind is at. You understand what I'm?
Well, you couldn't. You know, people preface things based on where they are in the society. You know, I was Adrian Hines, and now after Motley had some pity on me, met me a JP. I'm now Adrian Hines JP. You know, you man, that can't be the same body. Adrian Hines, and now Adrian Hines JP. I am somebody now.
You know, Adrian, sometimes I have to smile when Marcia comes on the show with me, and she's trying to figure out what to call me. You came on the show tonight. You called me what you said, Dr. Ferdy.
Oh yeah.
You know, no. And I always say to people, you know, when my mother, because I was raised in the Anglican Church, and when my mother christened me, she christened me Ferdinand. She did not christen me His Excellency Reverend Dr. Ferdinand. She christened me Ferdinand. So, you know, and people who are closer to me call me Ferdy. And I don't see it as a matter of disrespect. I think it is a matter of relationship. And I believe in the appropriate environments, the protocols are met. You know, but this
but
thing
JP is not to be used as a title. That's the point we're making.
You know, it's a human nature thing, not specific to Barbadians or a specific class of Barbadians. All of us do it to some level. I'm up here, and you know, I work in an environment where there are a lot of Ivy League folks, and when you've gone to Harvard or to Sloan, MIT, Cornell, you know, Penn State. That is, you need to wear that. So I've gone to functions where people introduce themselves as Adrian Hines, Harvard, you know, Marcia Weeks, Penn State, you know, so where they went to school become part of who they are.
Who they
So the
are,
same thing here, and these are
Yeah.
people that have PhDs and stuff like that. So that's what they do.
The
It's a human thing.
But let's get back to the matter at hand. Dave, can we play a little bit more? Thank you so much. By the way, I need to tell you that this video that you're seeing on the screen, that this was compiled by can I say it? You have to let me know. I give it away already. But Dave edited this. I already gave it away. You're gonna know that that's what I was going to say. So he's gonna kill me afterwards. But go ahead, go ahead. Dave,
Notary's Public Bill 2017. When are we going to get through this stuff? This is a handful. Anyhow, under the Ministry of Social Care, Constituency Empowerment and Community Development, there was 1. A white paper on disabilities. 2. The National Strategic Plan for HIV and AIDS. 3. Domestic Violence Protection Orders Amendment Bill 2016. 4. ISEE Bridge Project and the IDB initiative Call SHSD, which empowered and enabled 30 households. 250 families more to be helped. 5. National Policy on Aging. 6. National Policy on Gender in Progress.
Hold a second.
By the way,
Hold a second here.
What is this
Now,
ISEE bridge
hold
thing?
a second, Dave. You would think, you remember they had this white paper on disabilities during their time, and now you would see the government, they've built on that, and they just had produced some act to deal with the disabilities. Anybody remember that? Just a while ago. So it's a building. We're creating a building here. Let's tell the truth. It's a building. There's a foundation. Somebody come and put on the sides, and then somebody put on the roof, and then they put on the door, and where it's a continuum.
Yeah, they absolutely, and this is what this party does. They, while projecting and magnifying the work that they're doing now, under the unspoken pretense that it was conceptualized and developed by them, when in fact it is a continuation of government. It is only when they get called out that they say, well, government is a continuity. So yeah, there are policies that were initiated under the last party, and we're just moving forward with it, But they only do that when they're called out on it. When people say, this initiative was started back in 2018, the so-called lost decade, is at that time they then seek to silence that individual, that person, and dismiss it as, government is a continuity. But if that person didn't remind them, they would have gone on projecting the continued work as something they conceptualized and brought about all on their own.
Yes.
And that's why we have to do this, because these folks are about milking any and everything that they do to benefit them politically, and we need to be the guardians to let people know this is not something that they conceptualize. This has been happening on the other government, to show people that the Democratic Labour Party had individuals who were equal to the task of governing,
and they were doing the work. Hold a second,
they were doing the work.
Hines. Let's go ahead and hear Mr. John. Go ahead, Dave.
Power and authority than to allow someone who actually cares about this constituency to do the work and the business of the people. My dear constituents, I want you to keep in mind that a society is judged by the way it treats its most vulnerable. I want you to keep that in mind, that a society, our society, will be judged and has been judged by the way it has treated its most vulnerable. And I stand here tonight to report to you, not only to the constituents, but to all Barbadians. And I will reiterate that this government, that the Barbados Labour Party has neglected this constituency. And I am not saying that out of my passion. I am saying it out of the research that I have done, and I have been walking through every village, every street in this constituency. That is why my canvassing team told me that they can't keep up with me, because I am here on a mission. I am not here to bring you promises, because a promise is what? A comfort to a fool. And we're not fools. We're citizens and law-abiding citizens of this country, and we will not allow this government, this egregious government, to trample on the rights of citizens of this constituency and by extension, this country. One of the things that I've seen so far is a government that uses might as right. And this is a mantra, this is an ethos, and this is an ethical principle that we will not stand and will not hold when you're dealing with human beings, when you're dealing with citizens of this country. And as I said, my constituents, my team calls me Pocket Rocket for a reason, because I am committed to the people of St. James North. I am committed to the people of Barbados. And it didn't start 3 weeks ago. It started from the very first day I landed my feet in Barbados. From the very first day I was about 16 years old. I am now 48 years old. So it should tell you my commitment to this country and for us to do right by citizens and constituents of this country. I started to tell you that a country is dealt and judged, and not judged morally only, but politically and economically, but how it treats its most vulnerable. And why the most vulnerable? Because the most vulnerable are sometimes those without a voice. And sometimes we have a government that is very reflective of what we have now, which takes advantage and unfairs those persons within this constituency. My dear constituents, I want to bear with me for a few minutes while I go with the findings, because I've seen this government, I've seen its ministers and those who support this government to claim that Felicia Dujon have not done their research. But I've spent 15 years of my life as a researcher, as an academic, so I do not come out of bare emotions. I come from a reasoned and critical thinker, that we have issues to deal with, and some of them may need immediate intervention, while others may take some time. But it is my responsibility as your incoming representative to continue to work on your behalf. When we speak about the vulnerable, we speak about our children in this constituency. And it is kind of ironic that the same candidate who's running from the Barbados Labour Party is the same person who is responsible for education transformation. Yet he has not reached out to the students in this constituency. All we saw is during campaign that he spoke about a technological hub, an IT hub. Yet still our children are vulnerable in this constituency. Our children still have to deal with the cowitch at schools. They have to do with the poor infrastructure at the schools. And something I noticed today while driving through and walking through the constituency, the students at St. Albert's School have no school warden. And we have seen the streets in St. James North. Many of the streets in St. James North do not have a footpath. So we are placing our children in the dangers every single day. And I'm asking the minister responsible for housing, the minister responsible for transport and works, to immediately implement footpaths for all school locations for our students in this constituency, and we want it urgently. Our children are at risk, and I believe that it is time that this government recognize the value of our children, and that we need to also respect the rights of our children. Our children's life are at danger. What I saw today is also a danger waiting to happen. It's an accident waiting to happen. And so we appealing to this government. We appealing to the candidate. If you haven't been walking or going through the constituents, our children at all the schools in this constituency need a school warden so that the children could be safe when crossing those dangerous streets. In addition, I'm recommending as your representative that a school bus service be recommended for all primary school students in this constituency. I am saying this based upon what I have seen in the last few weeks, how children have to transfer from school and back to home on an afternoon. And because of the very small need communities, I think it is possible. I think the government can spend some time and some money in the resources to ensure that our children go to school safely on mornings and return home safely on mornings. The reason why I'm saying that is also that some of those students have to take 2 or 3 buses just to get home in the same community. It is not fair to them. We want our students to be safe, and we want to ensure the safety of every single child in this constituency. And as I go across in the rest of the country, I will also make recommendations. I'm also asking for a child allowance for all families and single mothers and fathers in this constituency. I have met many families that are struggling. And I'm saying this not only based upon what I have observed, but every other home that I have visited, I have seen the struggles of single mothers. And some of them are self-employed. They're doing the best that they can. But you're seeing a government that does not listen to the cries of the people. You're seeing a government that does not take an interest in parents and parental rights. They tell us that we want us to do well and nurture our children and also have more children and to increase the population. But this government does not believe or even know that you have to feed them. You have to nurture them to get to where they are. So the families, the single mothers and single mothers and fathers, they need that allowance, that child allowance, that subsidy. And I'm appealing to the government. I am appealing to the Prime Minister. If you can hear me this evening, I am appealing on behalf of single mothers and single fathers in this constituency. If your candidate haven't spoken about them, I am appealing to you as a mother to intervene on their matters, ma'am. They need your support. They need the help. They need the intervention. I have met some families where children cannot go to school because parents cannot afford to send them to school. I met a few children at home today, on a Monday at home, who should be in school, but they're at home because their parents cannot afford to send them to school.
Wow.
They cannot afford the bus fare. They cannot afford any kind of lunch or snack because remember, they only get school meals. They do not get breakfast. And it's very important that we understand what is happening in this constituency. There is an imbalance of equity. There is an imbalance where some have very, very much and some have very, very little. And we want us to think about that. And I know my constituents, you know who they are. You know who they are because you help them. And the reason why I'm speaking on their behalf, because there was a time when I was those children as well. And people helped my mother and my father to raise us. So I understand what it is like. Many of us grew up not very wealthy, like our Prime Minister. We grew up not very poor, but we had love and we had care. But we needed a little help. So we appealing to this government, do the right thing. Have a conscience when it comes to parents in this community, when it comes to parents in this society. Because we seem to forget about parents, the hard-working parents that contribute to the development of this country, that pay the high taxes that you continuously impose upon them, which would include the sewage tax and all the other taxes that parents are struggling to pay. No parents like to know that they can't have lights in the home for their children. No parents like to know that they do not have water at their home for their children. And so we are placing parents at a predicament when they cannot afford. And I know that sometimes people will say, well, you know, why have children when you can't afford? But sometimes it's God's gift to us as parents. Children are blessings and we should never see them as a burden. And this government should not allow us to see our children as burdens of this society, because our children have a fundamental responsibility sooner or later, because they're going to be the future of our generation. They are the ones that will be taking care of us when we become elders and retirees. So we need to take care of them. And we appealing to the Prime Minister, if you can hear me. I know that you very much focus on canvassing and having all those big and lavish motorcades. The single parents and mothers have been appealing to you. They have been appealing to their representative, and they have been appealing to the candidate over a year, and they need the kind of intervention. As I said before, I am here this evening to report to this government after being 3 weeks in this constituency in St. James North, to let you know that these are the problems that you may have known about and pretended that you did not know, and pretended that when you're doing the budget that you can allocate a little something for the single parents and single fathers. I say single parents, mothers and fathers, because we do have single fathers in this constituency. I have met them, and they're hardworking gentlemen that trying to do their best for their children. I see them taking their children to school and back, making sure they have their lunches. I have been in this constituency every single day. I have not moved, and I do not plan to move. I can only be removed when you decide that, Felicia, we no longer want you around. But I will continue to work on your behalf because this is my responsibility, and it is a commitment I have made to myself and to my party. In terms of recreational activities for children, I believe that we need more play parks for our children. Well, I was in Reservoir Road. I saw some children on a, what do you call these things when they stand on it and they skate through? The skateboards. And they were skating down the street. And I said, you know, our children need places that they need to be safe, because sometimes children do not realize the dangers that they may be in. And so I believe that as a representative, these are some of the things I'll advocate for. I know that there are some play parks in West Stanford and other places, and so I will be working on that in terms of that, ensure that there is one in every little community. We can, if it doesn't have to be a very large play park, but our children need recreation. On Stanford, Reservoir Road, Yearwood Road, we need those areas for our children. Upper Carlton, we have children in this community, and as much as we say our children are on the devices, we also want them to be in an environment that they can go out and play. Our children need to go out and play and interact with each other. That is how they grow. If they stay at home on their devices, they will not know the neighbor's child. They will not know how to interact and grow with them. And it is important that they build those relationships with the neighbors. And I think this is what play parks do for children. So we need to work on that as well. In addition, I am hoping to also implement other programs, including swimming classes and life skills for our young children in this constituency. I believe that those life skills have paramount development for every child. And I've already secured a place for these women, and also a retired lifeguard who has committed himself to teach our children to swim in this constituency. So I have been working on your behalf. I've been ensuring that this is done. And we will begin with the schools, and then we will come out to the constituents, so that every child in this constituency can not only learn to swim, but also learn about water safety, and which is very important because they're very close to the ocean. And I know that many of them go to the beach with their parents, but the majority of children do not swim. Based upon the research that we have conducted, we have realized many children, not only in this constituency, but in entire Barbados, do not know how to swim. And that I've committed myself, and I've had persons within the same constituency that will agree and have agreed to do so as well. So I have been working on that. And also we have persons that will provide, you know, some table tennis and some tennis as well, in road tennis, all of those areas that they will be having, that will be able to do so as well. So that will be working, because our children are the most vulnerable, and we have to look at their development. And of course, we are hoping that the resource centers can be open, the community centers, which I've spoken about. But I believe that we need more than one community center. Western having one deplorable. I believe that having one community center to facilitate the entire constituency is not good enough. It's not in, I think we need more. We need at least 2 more community centers that can facilitate the training that is needed. 3 more, thank you so much. We can have 3 more to facilitate and to allow our people to develop themselves. I remember being at Western a few years ago where I provided some training for some young persons in leadership training where they got first aid. And I think this is also part of the program that children need to know first aid because you never know what can happen. So we need to train our children in those areas as well. So all of those programs are programs I believe will help the character building of our children, but also our youth. I believe disaster management is important in all of those programs. And I believe also what is important is that our youth need the kinds of skills and training. Some of them may be in terms of carpentry, painting, anything of that nature. All of those programs can be provided, but we do not have the facilities. We do not have the community centers that will provide that. So some of the programs that is being offered at Simon Jackson Polytechnic can be relocated here. We can have satellite hubs, and a satellite hub meaning that we can do it in our communities so they do not have to take the transport all the way to Simon Jackson Polytechnic to do those training, but they can do it in the community. And I think this is some of the things that we need to work on as a community member. The other factor, the other vulnerable that we have spoken, and I have spoken quite a lot and number of on that, is the elderly. And I have a very soft spot for the elderly as children as well, because I think they're the foundation. And also I grew up with elders around me, my grandparents. So there's a special part of me because our elders are basically our oral historian. They are the ones who provide the guidance. They're like sages within our society. And we have to respect them, and we have to ensure that we do what is in our best capacity to serve them. And I believe what is very important that we need to have routine checkups or checkpoints for our elders in our community. Yes, we have the aides going to their homes, but I think there are too many. I have met too many of our elders at home alone. And I met some today who told me, well, you know, nobody come. I'm just trying to help and do what I have to do. But I think it is our responsibility as a civil society, as a developed society, a progressive society, that we do what is in our best interest for our elders. We cannot leave our elders at home to suffer on their own. It doesn't look good on our society. And remember what I started with, a society is judged by the way we treat our most vulnerable. And we have to continue what is in the best interest. We have to ensure that intervention is there for them. I also want to deal with a shuttle service for our elders because I've seen them. I have seen 78-year-olds carrying the grocery bags, climbing up in Creek Hill. It's not, we need to do better than that. So one of the things that I want to commit myself to is to ensure we have a shuttle service for our elders so that they can get their groceries, we can purchase their groceries and take it home. But sometimes they want to go to the grocery supermarket on their own, so we can provide that shuttle and also work very closely with the supermarket so that these kinds of services can be provided to them. We saw what happened during the pandemic where those kinds of services worked very well. And I think we can do that again for them. And basically on their honor, to treat them humanely and to give them the kind of dignity that is required for them. I have spoken in terms of having a medication delivery for our elders so that they do not spend hours at the Morris Brier Polyclinic. So it helps alleviate the pressure on the clinic, but also allow our elders to stay home and watch the cricket if they choose to, watch a little movie if they choose to, cook their food and relax because they have worked so hard for this country. And I believe at that age, that is a time that they should be able to live comfortably and do what they feel in terms of that. So let us try to do what is required for us. And my commitment is to ensure that these kinds of initiatives are done on behalf of our elders. In addition, in terms of the disability community, and I know the past MP has spoken about quite a number of that. And I know there was a legislation that should have been passed or have been passed on terms of the elderly rights, but I believe they're too often that we do not check in. And it may seem very simple for some of us here, but just someone going in and knocking on the door, what we call a welfare check, is very important, not only for the elderly, but also persons with disability. Because we never know what challenges they may have on that particular day. And I think it's important that we do that. I think part of what I will be doing as your representative is to ensure that I have a team allocated to do that, that we do the welfare checks, that we go in and make sure that our constituents are well taken care of, but also that they are doing okay, whether they have ate for the day. Because sometimes, as I said before, we're not going to come big. We're going to do the simple things that matters to people. The simple things, the small things that makes a difference in the lives of our constituents. We do not have to pass around with big speakers and all that noise and glamour and bacchanal. We are staying on ground. We're going to go grassroots, as I've done in the last 3 weeks, to make sure that I touch every constituent to know what the issues are so that I can raise it as your next representative. It is my responsibility to amplify your voice, your needs, and your concerns. I am not here for the celebrity status. I am here to do the work and the business of the people, which is what I want you to do when you go to the polls. I have been here for only 3 weeks canvassing. And the issues that I have raised are issues that the government should have raised many years ago. And they did not intervene on those matters. They felt it was a safe seat. And so they did not have to do anything on your behalf. But I want you to look deeply and make a decision on Wednesday, because it's paramount. It will decide the person that you will be interacting with for the next 5, 10, 15, or 20, or 30 years, or how long God wants me around. So you have to think about that. And the reason why you want to make that decision. And I remember I met a lady today, and in Upper Carlton, and I knocked on her window because I wanted a little ice. It was very hot. And I started speaking with her, and she told me, you're a very nice lady, you know, but I'm a B. And you know how it has been for this constituency. We vote based upon history. And I told her, well, you know, that's okay. Because when I knock doors, I don't see B or D. I see a citizen. I see someone that I have to interact with, that I have to act upon your behalf. So it doesn't matter if you're B or D or C or an E. I will come and I will help you because this is my job and responsibility. And it has always been the ethos of the Democratic Labour Party. We do not segregate. We do not divide our people. We never did. And that is one of the reasons why I continue to work as hard as I can, even though that I know that the majority of persons here have voted for the Barbados Labour Party. I will still act upon your behalf. I will still fight for your rights. I will still challenge the government that you voted for so that they know that you deserve to be heard, you deserve to be seen, and you deserve that your matters are addressed and it's not ignored. And it's only around this time they want to come and pave up the roads, not pave, but patch up the roads and give you another false promises at 400 lights. They have left your constituency in the dark. They have left your constituency in the dark for 35 years. And these are the reasons why I think at this point, this by-election is not about the party. This by-election is about you. And what do you want to achieve in the next few years? In addition, I will speak in terms of parents. And I think many times we do not forget why it's important to look at parents, because parents are God-given sacred rights in this society. And I remember a few years ago, I had to fight this government for parental rights when they tried to pass the Child Justice Bill that would have eroded parental rights. And I did it not only because for B's or D's, I did it because it was the right thing to do, because the government was trying to sneak in laws that would erode or diminish your parental rights. Yet they tell us that we need to increase the population of this country. But forget that you need parents. You need to support parents. And I believe it's very important to do the same kinds of wellness check-ins for parents when they're at home to ensure that the mental capacity and mental health of parents is adequate and sufficient and it's well. I met some parents today that stayed home because they said, it's just too much for me. I sent my children to school this morning, but I just stayed home because it's too much for me. The bills are coming. My husband is the only one working, and it's just too much. And this lady told me, well, her husband called and said, what is for dinner? And she said, I don't even know. And we have to understand the impact of the economic crisis in this country and the impact that it has on mental health of our constituents. Not everyone that smiles is good. And we have to understand that we do not know the crisis that people are going through behind closed doors. And that is why I'm saying I'm thankful for them allowing me to come into that space and sharing the most intimate concerns that they've had and the ability to trust me with it. Because it's very difficult for a mother or father to come and say, I don't know how I'll be able to send my children to school. I don't know how I'll be able to pay the water bill or the light bill. It's very difficult for them. But then we have a government that is wasting the taxpayers' monies and not considering the most vulnerable in this society. And this is where I stand, and I will continue to stand on your behalf. Because one of the things about Felicia Dujon is that I do not fear them. There's nothing about them to fear. But what I can say is not only that I'm disappointed in this government, is that I know that at one day they will have to stand judgment. And they will stand judgment on Wednesday. That is the time that you have the opportunity to judge them by how they have treated not only yourself, but the most vulnerable in this constituency. So parents, I'm hoping that this government has a good conscience, that the child allowance for parents, for single parents that is given, because it will ease some of the burden. As a parent myself, I understand it is not easy as a parent. It is not easy to go to the supermarket and you buy a few things and you have to put some back. It is not easy when you have more than one children and you have to say, well, you go to school today and your sister go tomorrow because I can't afford to send all of you today. These are lived realities in our constituency, in this country. And we have a governor of the central bank is telling us that things are bountiful in this country. Where is it bountiful, sir? The only place I think it's bountiful for him is the ballroom dancing. That's the only place, because they all seem joyful and they don't realize the struggles that people are going through. In addition, we believe that more training can be done for parents, providing in terms of the intervention, parental intervention, so that parents know the kinds of guidance that is needed for them, so that they know exactly how to treat their children. 1 second. I say parental intervention is very important because parents sometimes are struggling in terms of how they cope with the children. When the pressure is on parents, sometimes they may transfer that pressure on the children. And we know that the child may be asking for all of those snacks and you can't afford the snacks. You can't afford it. You can barely afford to buy the bread or the chicken at the supermarket or the rice or the butter. So these are serious issues, the bread and butter issues that we need to see, that our people deserve better, and the inequalities that exist in this constituency that I have continued to see. So while we see all these high-rise villas and they spend all that money in those villas, you have your next door neighbor not being able to send their child to school or have to pick what meals that the child will have or their family will have. Those inequalities is what we speak of this government. In terms of the business persons in this society, whether it's self-employed and otherwise, we are still hoping in terms of access to seed funding, because many of our young persons do need the opportunities that is needed for them. And the business owners, we know that safety is still a concern for you We're seeing business places across Barbados is being violated. Stores, businesses owners are concerned about crime, and not only in a wider perspective, but also into the constituency as well. I spent much of my time while I was campaigning to speak about the infrastructure, because I believe that the time the government should have known better to come and canvass in a place where the infrastructure was so severely poor. They should have known better to know that if I'm coming to a constituency, I should have done what is reasonably possible to fix the road, not only possible, but also responsible to fix the roads in the various areas in the constituency. And I heard some person say that Felicia should have listed all the potholes in the constituency, all the streets that need to be named. But remember, you had a government here for 35 years. You had a representative that was here for 7 years. They know where the bad roads are. They know exactly where they are. Because the minute I spoke about the zone and the whim and all of those are the locations, they went back and patched up that road. But look at how God works. In 2 days with all the heavy rain, you should see the state of that road, how deplorable it has been, trying to fool the people and deceive them. This is a deceitful government. This is a government we could no longer trust. This is a government you have given your trust for 35 years, and I think you know that. You cannot trust them anymore. You cannot trust this government because we have seen all of the facets. We have seen the mask has been pulled off their faces, and we know what they're about, and they're not going to change, because a vote for their candidate is a vote for this same government. They're not going to change. And we heard the Prime Minister say that whether the candidate win or lose, he gets his position back. He goes back into the Senate. He goes back to the Ministry of Education. So your vote for them does not matter. Your trust for them does not matter, because right now they're doing as they please. They can handpick their persons, parade around this place, and tell you that this is the best person. But wasn't the past MP the best person too? What about him? These are the kinds of questions that you need to ask them. That you place their trust in them, and this is how they've treated this constituency, with total disregard and disrespect. And this is why I'm standing firm on your behalf. And this is why I have them on the run. And I will not stop, because my next stop will be in Parliament. And when I get there, I will be able to see all of them and deal with them strategically on your behalf. And for the good governance of this country. So whether it's from the Whim, Reservoir Road, Yearwood Road, Upper Carlton, Cemetery Lane, the Zone, Monstanfus, we need those roads repaired. And I'm sending a strong message to the minister responsible for transport at work, was also the minister responsible for education a few years ago, and we saw where that went. It's a pattern. It's a pattern of poor delivery. It's a pattern of incompetence. And when they do not do well in those ministries, you know what they do? They transfer them and promote them and put them in other ministries that we do not hear, but they still get paid by our taxpayers' dollars. This is what they do. Where is the minister, the past minister for education? Where is she? What have we heard from her? As she left the Minister of Education, the Ministry of Education, in a deplorable state. I am glad they got rid of her in that ministry, because of violences that she has done to those children, and have yet to apologize. But let me tell you, judgment day will come for them. No matter where they hide, judgment day will come. because you violated the rights of the innocents of children of this country with the IDB survey, with the Springer Memorial, the outrageous, despicable intervention that you attempted to do, and the deplorable states of our schools and the disrespect to our teachers, while budget allocation was over $600 million. And then you set up a unit for education transformation to dismantle an education system that has brought every Barbadian where they are today, including myself. Had it
Very
not
good.
been for Errol Barrow, I would not be where I am today. And I know it's hard to believe that. But it's because of Errol Barrow's vision that a young woman who was born in Sufra, St. Lucia, was able to come to the Cable University of the West Indies Cable to complete her studies. It was because of his vision that young persons across the Caribbean can come and develop ourselves and do the kind of development for ourselves and our country and countries.
Wow.
It's because of his vision. And this is what the Barbados Labour Party want to take away from this country and and take it away from our children. But let them know, under no conditions, that the Democratic Labour Party will ever allow that to happen. That education transformation will only take place when the people demand for it. Not one person who wants to change the history of this country and create her own legacy. That's not going to happen. We do not have a one man or one woman leadership in this country. This is a democracy. And we will abide by the rules of democracy in a country that are people that have been educated for decades and centuries have brought this country where it is today. They allocated millions of dollars to education transformation only a few months ago to tell us that they can't do anything about it after millions was wasted. And you know what was happening now? They brought the candidate to try to see what he can do. So they're not removing themselves away from it. They're going to try to persist that education transformation is the way forward. But we at the Democratic Labour Party know better. We, the Barbadian citizens, know better. We know that the problem is not the 11 plus. We know that it is the intervention. We know that it is the wasted of funding that this government has done when it comes to education in this country by not providing teachers with the support that they need. They're not putting the proper infrastructure for students, but not ensuring that our students reach and get the kind of intervention that is needed for them. And for our students that have different types of learning disabilities, that they too are taken into consideration. That they know that every time they try to implement those programs, they're not succeeding because they're not doing the right thing. They're doing it out of malicious aims. And this is why we stand firm that the issue is not the 11 plus. The issue is the management of the Ministry of Education and how best we can get our children to where they need to go. We have seen a decline with the performance of our children since this government came in. In the last 7 years, we have seen declines in math, English, the sciences, literacy and numeracy, because we have a government that every week a school has to close because of environmental issues, from cowards to rodents and bees. We need to get rid of those bees. We need to smoke them out. They're interfering with the education of our children. And I have to tell you that if you study the research, and we have a political analyst, and I need to say that I need to send him a strong message that we have a political analyst that speaks on behalf of this government only, and he's biased in his judgment. The research should not be biased. It should be objective, not subjective. And you know that you have done research on the education of this country. And you know that you have done research to show that after 7 years that our children have continued to fail under this government. And you have said nothing and remained silent. But you will come and say that Felicia Dujon does not have a chance. Let me make you understand something. Not you alone, but everyone who supports those erroneous claims that you make, those subjective claims that you make, that Felicia Dujon will not stand a chance only by your beliefs. But I will stand a chance by the people of Barbados and the people of St. James North. They will determine my fate and God, not you. We have seen that how many of our youth for the past 7 years that they have not completed high school, they have not completed secondary school, and the increase of high school dropout is increasing. And we're not saying a word about this. The Ministry of Education is not putting out the data that our children are dropping out from school one by one. They're not taking the kind of levels, the numbers of CXCs that they used to before. We do not need the international agencies to tell us that. We do not need UNICEF. We do not need the World Bank to tell us that our children are failing. We can see it. We can see it every day when we open our newspapers and see our young men being incarcerated for violent crimes. These are the consequences of a poor government. A government that is not people-centered. A government that does not take education in this country seriously. But I do not blame them. And we should not blame them. You know why? Look at who our Prime Minister is. Remember, she was the same minister responsible for education. Look at the track record. Look at the track record as compared to the Democratic Labour Party track record dealing with education. They can say all what they want to say, but in no time in our history that we needed 4 or 5 ministers of education within 1 term or 2 terms under this government. Now we have 2 or 3 ministers of education, and they still cannot get it right. They still cannot get it right. We have a candidate that held the portfolio of Minister of Education or Minister for Education Transformation. And what has he done in the first 2-3 months that he's been there? What has he done? Malign the teachers and tell the teachers that they do not need or they do not deserve the term leave because he doesn't understand what it is like to be a teacher. He doesn't understand that they're the pillars of our society. Our teachers are not only educators, they're nurturers. They intervene on our behalf. When we send our children to school, they're in the care of our teachers. The teachers are the mothers and fathers of our children. They're in school. When I tell my son who's 4 years old, I tell him, well, you know, you have to do the homework this way. He said, no, this is what my teachers say to do. And for them, the children, that's their hero. What the teacher says, what you have to do as a parent, you know. And this minister, you haven't even been there for a year. And you want to disrespect teachers and tell them they're aligning themselves with Felicia Dujon? Well, probably they should. Because they know Felicia Dujon will stand up on their behalf and stand up against you that try to bully them and try to malign teachers for term leave that they deserve. Teachers are not asking for them to be on leave every day or every other week. They have to work 15 years know what it's like, 15 years for term leave? You know how much a term leave is? It's 12 weeks, barely 3 months. And they're just asking, let us give me time. Because sometimes teachers need that time to rejuvenate, to take the time to recuperate. But sometimes teachers take that time for self-development. They do courses at the same time to develop themselves. And we have a government that does not take the interests of teachers at heart because they do not respect education. They do not respect our teachers, and indirectly they do not respect our children. And we have seen that. Teachers do not have to beg for term leave. And I heard the Prime Minister say that the issue with terms leave is a $6 million issue. Really? $6 million. But you can do everything else. The travel was how much? How much was the travel? 90 what? $90 million. But you can't give our teachers a measly $6 million that we work hard for. Give the teachers the money. Give it to them. Because I pay taxes, and I believe everybody here pay taxes too, right? And we demand that you pay the teachers the money that you're taking from us for taxes. It is our money, not yours. It is not your money, Miss Prime Minister. It's not your money. Pay the teachers their term leave. Teachers have a number of concerns in the classrooms, including the violence that they have to deal with, and not a word from the candidate who will return to that same portfolio. As I said before, this election does not matter to the Barbados Labour Party. Do not mind all the fanfare that they have. Do not mind all the motorcades that they have. What we know about the Barbados Labour Party is they love a fete. Anything for a fete. Our elections fete. Rainfall in fete. Everything for a fete. Easter Day a fete. So they're using every opportunity to waste taxpayers' monies. But what really matters in this country is not of interest to them. And we have to understand the government that we're dealing with. We have to understand a government that is uncaring, a government that is unethical in how it treats its citizens. Because all they want to do is pass those kinds of laws, those kinds of unjust laws to inhibit your movement, your freedom, and your rights. And we have to put a stop to them. And we will put a stop to them on Wednesday. The other issues that we'll be dealing with is that I went to Baker's Roads and we went to other areas, Ashton Hall, and some of the claims that particular in Baker's is that they want additional bus stops. And I understand that. Because sometimes when it rains, we have to take in consideration they are human beings. Even when it rains, the fowl looking for somewhere for it to shelter. So you can imagine human beings. We need to do better for our people of this country and for our constituents. I visited my constituents in Bakers, and they do have issues with cowage that is coming from a private plantation owner. And I want to send that message, of course, to the private residents, those that have acres and acres of land. Remember, there are people in the constituency as well. They're your neighbors. You have to take in consideration their concerns as well. And the minute that I saw what the constituents were doing, they had to do it on their own. They had to cut the bush and burn it up on their own. They said they made numerous calls to the government. Nobody showed up. They said they will come, and nobody has showed up. Years they've been doing that. So I went down as a pocket rocket, and I went straight to the plantation owners, and I told them, listen, there's a woman around here now, you know. There's a woman around in this constituency. And when women, you know how we are, we're determined and we're committed. And I told them that I give them 48 hours to get it done. Get it done. Because we cannot have our constituents being uncomfortable in their own homes. We have elders, we have children. You know how cowage feels? It's not easy. It's uncomfortable. You can imagine the elders trying to just sit in the verandas or the front house, and they can't do that because cow witch everywhere. You can't put out your clothes outside. And I made it very abundantly clear to the owners that, you have people eating cow witch up there, You have to do something because a woman is in town, and we will make sure that things are done. Things are done in this constituency, and I will stand up on your behalf. In terms of housing, for the past few weeks, some of the things that I've been doing is that every village that I pass through, I have my little notebook. I'd make a note of all the abandoned and unoccupied homes. And they're hundreds. They're hundreds. There are quite a number of them. And we were appealing to the housing authority that rather than take our taxpayers' money and pollute it in places that it should not go, that you start looking at the houses and let's see how we can get families into those homes. Families need homes. They are desperately asking for homes. I went to a family home today, and it was a day that what we'd call a defining moment. It's a moment that changed your perspective. Because while I've been in the constituency for 3 weeks and trying to work with and speak with the people, because what you're building is building trust. It's very difficult to build trust after 7 years or 35 years with people that have violated your trust. So I had a very uphill to get people to give me an opportunity, give me a try, and judge me by what you see. Judge me by what you hear about me. And today we were walking up Upper Carlton, and we saw this house because, as I said before, I do not go in air-conditioned vehicles. I don't do that. I walk through every constituency. I go as far as the road would take me because I want to see all of my constituents, all of the houses. I do not want to leave any house behind. And for those that I haven't seen, I hope God gives me the extra strength to see you. But I have touched so many houses that if you had a tracker, you would see. But today I went into a house which was my last house on Upper Carlton. And I walked in, and for some reason, because I have dogs, I know how to be aware about the location and environment, so you become very alert. You use your senses and you see what's going on. And for some reason, my comrade was with me. And he was outside, and then a little boy who should be in school came out with his winter boots. I don't know, he had a very cute winter boots. He came around and he said, hello. And I asked if an adult is in the house. And for some reason, a dog came from nowhere. I never saw the dog, but I knew a dog was there because all I saw my comrade do is pelt right through the main road. But someone in the house said, come in. And this lady, she took me exactly into her room, unclothed. I have to share that. She just grabbed me and put me in the room. And while I was there, she just ensured that everything was calm. And it was that moment I realized that God is telling me something. That not only that I have to gain the trust of my constituents, but I also have to trust you. I have to trust that when I work on your behalf, that you are willing to work on your behalf as well. That we are going to work together. And I also believe that had I not gone into that house because of that circumstance, the resident would not want to share the kinds of concerns that they have. And I saw holes in the roof and holes on the flooring. And they said they've been begging and pleading for a home. And I think, based upon what I've seen, it's probably one of the most immediate house that we need to intervene on. The conditions were not a conditions that I would want to put any child in. And she showed me some documents that they have been trying. So it's sometimes false claims when people are saying that the constituents are not asking for they have been asking for the intervention, but no one is listening. And that was a defining moment for me, that all is not lost, Felicia. Keep striving, keep going, keep doing what you're doing. No matter what's being said, the work of the people is paramount. That is your commitment, and that is your duty. And this is what will make the changes in this constituency. Because sometimes God allows you to see things that at times you are not prepared to see it. And I have to tell you the many times that I had to stop and shed tears with my constituents, because the issues are real. And when I see people on social media making a mockery of what we're doing and trying to do for this constituency, it tells you how this government thinks about its citizens and how this government thinks about its constituents. I had to intervene on 2 occasions dealing with 2 family members by just being there. One of the constituents need water. The other constituent had access to water. They used to share the water. They're no longer sharing the water. And I had to intervene. Find it in your heart to forgive. Find it in your heart to do well and to do good to the other neighbor, to your friend, to your family member, because we do not know how long we're here. We do not know why God put us in the position to help another. So a representative is not only about checking on your roads or your lights, but to provide guidance, wisdom, to provide guidance and wisdom and intervention. I was walking with my comrade a few days last week, and I decided I'm not only touching the homes. Let me go down on the beach. Let me see what is happening with the people that work on the beach and the interactions, because all of that is important to me. And while we're walking up, 2 brothers were at it. 2 brothers ready to shed blood. And my little courage, I had to say, you cannot do that. You cannot do that. Not here. We cannot do it to each other. This is what we need for a representative. It's not about just the infrastructure and doing policies. I need to know you. I need to intervene you. I need to intervene on matters. I need to know that our young men have the tools for intervention, have the tools for anger management. Sometimes somebody just needs to walk away. Sometimes somebody just needs to speak so that they understand the different perspectives. But then you have people that support this government that is always trying to display division and not understand that the youth is observing. They're observing our behavior. And we tell them that we want peaceful societies, but we can't live in peace. We always have to look at the other and try to tie and pull them down and destroy them. You've seen what they've done to me and try to malign me of things that I have no control of. My place of birth, my accent, and everything else that does not matter to the people's business. But this government, as I said before, they're not concerned about any of the issues. And I'm sorry if I'm pulling you, but as I said before, I am reporting to you. After 3 weeks here, I am reporting to you so that you know I have been doing my work. I have been doing my work. In terms of the health care, we have seen what the Minister of Health in this country, they do not care about health. They do not care about the pillars of the society. They don't care about health. They don't care about agriculture. They don't care about education. And I've advocated to have a 24-hour a 24-hour delivery at the Morris Bars Polyclinic that would alleviate some of the concerns that you have in terms of healthcare. We are advocating again for dental services at the Morris Bar Polyclinic because it's important. It is a centralized medical institute, a centralized center. So that person within this constituency as well as St. Joseph has to come to that clinic. And we also requesting that the clinic also opens on a evening time so that persons do not fluctuate during the daytime. So if it's 24 hours, the pressure can be alleviated and that more services can be done. And I'm also requesting and advocating that the St. Joseph Hospital be reopened. It's about time. If we are serious about healthcare in this country, it's about time it's reopened. We have one hospital that is on the brink of collapse, if it's not collapses yet. The constituency of St. James North, St. Peter, St. Andrew, and St. Joseph need that intervention that will provide emergency care. Can you imagine something happening to us now, God forbid? How far that we have to travel to get to the Queen Elizabeth Hospital? And you tell me a government is going to tell me that it's more beneficial to travel for $90 million than to reopen the St. Joseph Hospital? This is not a government that cares about the people. This is a government that cares primarily about itself, its friends, and its family. I can bet you if they had a family member living in this constituency, the St. Joseph Hospital would have been reopened. It would have been reopened. But they do not care. And I do not like using the word poor people. Because we may be poor economically, but not spiritually. We deserve equal rights and equal access to services of this country. And I'm sending a strong message to this government. While you parading in this constituency, making noise every day in this constituency, where were you in the last 7 years? The healthcare in this constituency needed urgent intervention. I have been passing by the Morris Bar Polyclinic practically every day and taking a look at what is happening in there. We do need a delivery service for the pharmacy in there. It will ease some of the kinds of intervention. It would help the polyclinic. That hospital needs to be reopened immediately. We need it reopened. And these are the issues that this government refused to speak and deliberate on. They're more interested in big this and MVP and all of that. And who's going to return to a ministerial position and who's going to return to the Senate. It's about them and not about us. It is about them. It's not about us. The Prime Minister told us openly that regardless of the outcome of this election, the candidates will return to his job, so he's well taken care of. But are you taken care of by constituents? Will you be taken care of? A vote for me is proper representation. A vote for me is to challenge this government to do their work. They can send him back to the Senate where he belongs, as far as I'm concerned. They can send him back to Geneva, you know. It's not like he's doing much here. They could send him back here. We didn't know about him there. It's not like we'll know about him here. Because he's been in the Senate, what has he done? He's been in the Minister of Education Transformation, what has he done? What has he done? What has he done to transform education from the time he's been there? Day after day, school has been closed. A whole year he's canvassed in this constituency. 1 year. 12 months. I had 3 weeks. What has he done? Has he advocated on your behalf? Has he told the Prime Minister and his ministers that are in government to intervene on his potential constituency? Has he spoken on your behalf? But I see them. And every time I see them, I wave them too. I let them know, yeah, you just visiting, but I'm here. You just visiting because your time will come very soon where you have to go. You have to go. I have never seen an election where practically every minister was on the ground. Every minister in the hot sun. I was so glad to see them. I say, yeah, that's what you deserve. Come and see the people and the crisis and the concerns that they've had in this constituency while you stay in your air-conditioned offices, while you look down on the people. Did you look at the front page of the Nation Sunday Sun? Did you look at the front page? Did you see them behind that van and that truck? The Prime Minister and the candidates standing behind that van like they're a monarch waving to their servants. They're not there to serve us. They're not there to serve us. And right next to them, where I am, working for the people, visiting the people, making sure that the people's challenges, their concerns, and I'm not just raising it on this platform. I didn't just raise it on this platform. Every concern that has been raised to me, some of them have already been addressed. Some of them, the majority of them, have already been addressed because I go and intervene and do my work immediately. You have concerns about the intervention in your homes, I am helping you right there and then. I am not waiting. I am not waiting because I don't know if tomorrow is promised. I do not know if tomorrow is promised. But while I'm here, I will continue to work on your behalf. I will do the little I can and as hard as I can. I will not stop working because this job is not about Felicia Dujon. This job is about you. This job is about you hiring me to do your work. And I heard on Blackstack that somebody need to call and say how much about my CV and my resume and what I've done. I am a humble woman. I'm a simple woman. Because when I work, I come to work in humility. I am no greater than you are. You have brought me into this constituency. You've taken care of me. You've taken care of my brother and his mother. And you have continued to be hardworking, loving, decent, kind constituents. So there's no reason for me to come in a truck and wave you as if I'm a monarch. As if that you, my servants. That is not who Felicia Dujon is. This is not who I am. What I can tell you is that I'm a mother. What I can tell you is that I'm a father. And what I can tell you is that I'm a hard worker and an educator. And I will continue to work on your behalf. So, for the Minister of Agriculture, I know you have spoken much about all of the things, and I know we pulled you out of that hole. I saw a crab running there a few minutes ago earlier, and I thought that was him, you know. I really thought that was him because they're coming out of the holes. Now alone you want to talk about agriculture in this constituency, while the farmers have been struggling not only locally but nationally. They've been appealing to you to give them a little ease on their water supply so that they can do better irrigation on their small farms. Give them a little ease on their seedlings. Subsidize the farmers in this constituency. But you have a candidate talking about a corporation. A corporation. And the farmers cannot even supply themselves, much less grow what they need. They cannot even afford the fertilizers or the tools or irrigation tools that they need. But you're talking about a corporation. Do not speak about what you don't know. The farmers have been doing their best. And the agriculture minister, we want to know about the greenhouses that you claim that you put up in St. Peter. We want to know about that. We want to know about the greenhouses in St. Lucie. This government is only about promises. This government is only about promises. Because what the reality is that they only came to win an election. After they won that election, they had no idea what to do. They were unprepared. And every single day we can see that this government has yet to do a 5-term government. Within 7 years, we've had 3 elections. What does that tell you about this government? Mismanagement. They do not know what they're doing. We can see it in education. Every year we hear the same story, education reform. 11 plus will be abandoned. The teachers that need to be appointed have not been appointed. The term leave have not been given to teachers. The outstanding allowances have not been given to teachers. The environmental challenges have not been done. The outstanding contracts for temporary teachers have not been done. The replacement of teachers on leave have not been done, constituents. So your children are going to school and you have no idea that the minister and Ministry of Education are not doing their jobs. But I saw them on the news talking about AI and AI development. But they can't take seriously the business of the people, the business of our children. This is a government that does not care not only about our children, they do not care about the most vulnerable, most fragile citizens of this country, our youth, our elderly, the disabled, and single mothers and fathers in this constituency. My dear constituents, as I've said to you before, I want you to observe what is happening. I want you to observe the kind of government that you have lived with for the last 35 years and 7 years under the past MP. I want you to observe the government that keeps telling you that they will come, I will come, I will come, and never show up on your behalf. But I will show up for you. I will ensure that I'm there for you. Rain, sunshine, or snow, I will be there for you. I want you to observe how quickly those ministers in all those ministries, how quickly they got here, how quickly it was for them to come into the constituency when they knew they needed lights, when they knew they needed better roads, when they knew that our children needed the attention that they needed. The children need safer roads. They need a school warden. That is important. They need the minister responsible for health. What is happening with the polyclinic? We need that hospital, the St. Joseph Hospital. We need it urgently. So while they were walking and parading with their candidates You can see the candidate in the front and everybody have a big placard and bacchanal, and they're right behind them. All these ministers that have ignored your calls for the last 7 years and now coming back to tell you, give me the vote and watch me. Give me the vote and watch me. But you know what you're going to tell them? I will give Felicia Dujon and watch her. I will give Felicia Dujon that vote and watch her. Because they know, deep down they know. Because I heard even on Black Sacks today, they say, you know, Felicia Dujon does not stand a chance. But what they're also saying to you indirectly is that you do not stand a chance. But we will show them on Wednesday, bright and early. Don't stay out late. After the 7 o'clock news and after we do our last meeting on Wednesday, go to bed. Because Wednesday, bright and early, we'll be marching to that polling station. And that's when we're going to tell them, watch us. Watch us because we deserve better. We deserve better representation in this constituency. And this is what I will give you when you vote for Felicia Dujon on Wednesday, the 21st. Good night, my constituents. I love you and I'm committed to the cause.
Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Honest voice for the people, that is what we want. Us and everything but the trouble and all the violence.
Oh my goodness. Listen. Oh gosh. You know, there were some points in that, gentleman, that I tell you is the first political speech from me. Well, apart from when I think Obama had won at the time when I thought he was. Well, anyway, that's a whole other thing. But there were points where I felt like I wanted to cry, and there were times when the tears
Very
were
emotional.
there.
Very
Yes,
emotional.
because I'm thinking of where I live, Adrian, and I see the children that don't go to school. And I saw somebody from overseas was saying, is she really telling the truth that there are children not going to school? There are lots of children, Adrian, you don't live here, that they're not going to school, and a lot of it has to do with what the parents have to give them to eat. There are families here that the parents cook only on Sundays. I'm not
Wow.
makeup. It's real, and except for the school meals, they don't get food. You know, and so these things are real. And to see Felicia come, she's, you know, she's here and she's recognized those issues and seeming, you know, I believe her because I have seen her at work. Probably if it was somebody else saying it, Adrian, but I've seen Felicia at work. I am telling you. And, you know, hey, anyway. Oh boy, over to you guys.
Well, I tell you, that is one of the best political speeches I've heard for a while. I'm being very serious. I don't know what Adrian's take is on it, but what I heard was a lot of passion, a lot of not makeshift emotion, a genuineness. I've known her for a little while through the show here, Marcia, and of course through the marches. And I've always found her to be a genuine person. And I believe that she's going to bring on Wednesday, well, don't let me say Wednesday, on Tuesday next week, when Parliament opens, she's going to bring a level of representation St. James North has not seen in 35 years.
Yeah. Your thoughts, and I know you guys are ready to go to bed, but guys, we're gonna
I
leave
can't do that yet.
we're gonna leave the platform up because there are more speakers to come. I think two more,
Yeah.
and we're gonna keep as we do. And I will release the panelists so they can go and get their rest. But Adrian, any thoughts?
Yes, she is a dynamic speaker, very powerful, very she captures your attention. The
Yeah.
information that I like that she spent the majority of her conversation dealing with local issues,
Yes.
appealing to
Yes.
local issues. That has
Yes.
been a missing concept from uh, political election campaigns in Barbados for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
when there were individuals that sought to do so, it was, you can tell that their heart was in it. They didn't really believe that local issues, seemingly, that local issues uh, is something to talk about. There isn't any real thing there. As a matter of fact, a lot of politicians in Barbados believe that there's only national issues. The
Mm-hmm.
whole concept that Barbados is so small that there's no real concept of local issues, that what you think is local is really national. So that, and that bleeds into the whole problem that we've seen over the years, where people come to you during election time and then they disappear, and the constituent says, well, we haven't seen them, you don't see them at all. And that disconnect of local issues being put on the back burner is because a lot of people in the political class view that there's only one set of issues, and it's Barbados issues, they're local, national. But to see her do that, go
Mm-hmm.
through what is demarcated as the constituency of St. George North and poll the people, and went wherever there were residents or houses or households in that constituency, ignoring this idea that this is a BLP house or that's whatever house, and not going at it. She went to
Yeah.
everybody,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
You need to do that, and there's a precedent for that in terms of, I uh, I think, what's his name, Castle spoke about that with David Simmons in St. Thomas. There were areas of St. Thomas that were completely DLP, and he says, I go into them, I go into those houses, and he won some votes in those places simply because he dared to come into those areas. So
Yeah.
I expect her to do very well, based on how I would center myself as a constituent in St. James North, and understanding and appreciating the importance of representation. I think she will do well, because I would definitely vote for her if I was in St.
I
James.
me too. I mean,
Yeah.
without a doubt. Let me also quickly say, guys, very important, call to action time. Call to action time. Call to action time. They need transportation. There is a whole logistics and the strategy of helping people to get to the polling stations. They need your help. Felicia needs your help. So all of this emotion that we're having here tonight, Adrian and Dr. Ferdinand, will go nowhere unless we're going to be able to mobilize and lend our vehicles. And I'm not saying anything that we're not going to do. We want to be able to lend our vehicles. Some of you, like our family, we don't want the $300. We will give it to her. You want to help her so that at the end of it, she's not burdened with bills, with expenses that have not been covered. Some of you can give her. You don't want the money, give it to her, and because they were supposed to have given her the subvention anyway, and give the party. They did not. Okay, so they need help, and they need help with canvassing, right? And if you can do that, right now I don't have the number out there, but their Facebook pages. If you message me, I can get a number for you, because I don't know much about the canvassing, but I can pass you on to somebody. Go out and help her. Okay, help her. Don't just sit here and cry and get emotional. Help her. With this, I want to just say thank you to um the panelists, and of course my co-host, and where I am co-hosting, he's a host. And thank you, Dr. Ferdinand. When I called and said to you I would love to be on tonight, to help to anchor this us tonight, and to host with you, and I thought it was a wonderful experience. Thank you for
Yes. Yes.
graciously
Absolutely. Absolutely.
graciously
It
yeah
was.
and mhm.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, and so we want to and I want to thank the independent candidates who came on as well, and Adrian for being here. So at least we've said our bye-byes, that when you have to jump out, if you have to get out, you will go out, right?
Yeah.
But I know people want to hear the opposition leader, so let's believe it or not, some people stay on and listen to him. All right,
Yeah.
so Dave, you can go ahead, Dave. Yeah.
Okay. God bless.
All
Yes.
right. Yeah, I'll stay on.
We can't hear Dave. Dave? No.
Before.
It's good now. It's good. You can go back in.
Yeah.
It's good now. Somebody said they will stay on.
Tonight we come with a shopping list. We come with a counter list to present to Mia Motley. Because Mia Motley boasted last night that she paid $300 to 133,000 people. Now, does it occur to her that if you ask 133,000 people to line up for $300, does it not indicate to that lady that 133,000 people in Barbados are enduring such hardship that they're forced to line up for $300? That's what we must ask her. It is nothing to boast about that you have asked 133,000 people in Barbados in the year 2025 to line up in the hot sun and the drizzles to accept $300, and you're boasting about that? You're boasting about that? And boasting that it is $39 million that you have spent on the people. Well, look, I am going to present Mia Motley with a list tonight. And she talks about spending money. I have brought a list on behalf of Barbadians, on behalf of those Barbadians who lined up to collect the $300. And as Richard Seeley said 2 nights ago, what's going to happen next month? This is no permanent welfare program. This is an election payout. That is what it is. And it is no moment for celebration. And while Mia Motley is celebrating, she is celebrating at the expense of the pride and dignity of 133,000 people in this country who are forced to line up for $300. So I have a list for her tonight as to the way in which this government is spending your money. Now, I suppose you have to wait for another by-election. Perhaps they will chase home Cynthia Ford. And if they chase home Cynthia Ford, you will probably get another $300 to bribe you to vote in St. Thomas. So she has accounted. All of a sudden, Mia Motley is ready to give account. We have been asking Mia Motley over the last year and two, and certainly the last year, to give account for government spending. And she is refusing to do it because Mia Motley sees the Treasury as her private bank. The Treasury belongs to the people and she is the trustee. And when we ask questions, when we ask for disclosure on public spending, Mia Motley is obligated by law and by morality to disclose how much money she's spending out of the Treasury. So while she is giving the boast, she runs down to Western or wherever it is to boast about 40 million or 39 million, she says. Now I've brought a list here for her tonight. I'm going to make this a very simple exercise. She came and told you that she is producing her tickets of travel. That she asked her permanent secretary. We spent a year asking Mia Motley, how much have you spent on travel? Mia Motley refused to tell the people of Barbados how much she spent on travel. When the pressure was mounting, Mia Motley says that she asked her permanent secretary to bring all of her tickets. Now clearly the permanent secretary forgot to bring the hotel bills because there's an infamous photograph of Mia Motley in a at a dinner table in a high-end restaurant in France, and I'm going to call some names. Tony Moore. Tony Moore was present at that table. The woman who heads the Barbados Workers Union, who is in bed with this government. And while Tony Moore is supposed to be representing the interests of workers in Barbados, she is at a dinner table in France, I believe, with Mia Motley. So that is a matter for the Barbados Workers Union. We are on Mia Motley tonight. So she has made no disclosure. So while she talks about 39 million that she spent, I almost said poor people, but Felicia just taught me that it is a term that we should use only with diffident reluctance, really. That financial poverty does not translate into spiritual poverty. But we want to know, Mia Motley, how much money, how many millions you have spent on airfare and hotel. And you know, she was not honest and forthcoming with the people of Barbados. Because Mia Motley does not travel alone. I suppose she's entitled to companionship. But Mia Motley travels in large contingents. And it was only when we crossed the floor, I say we, because I did it with the people of Barbados. I always tell them, in there I am alone, but I'm not lonely. Because I'm fully conscious that I'm doing that job on behalf of the suffering people of Barbados. And certainly on behalf of the 133,000 that she spoke about yesterday. And I'm saying to the people of Barbados that when we uncovered the Dubai mission, we discovered that Mia Motley took 67 people to Dubai, and a man was paid $10,000 to sing Bottom Bailey. Y'all know the song Bottom Bailey? A man was paid $10,000 to sing Bottom Bailey, and his audience in Dubai was the 66 people that went with him, because the people from Dubai looked on at them curiously and were wondering, what are these people doing here? And he up there singing Bottom Bailey, and he got a check for $10,000. Any of them people yesterday got a check for $10,000? So don't come to Barbadians boasting about you having paid out $39 million to 133,000 people. So the travel bill, the people of Barbados are yet to hear what is the travel bill. Let us hear about the consultants, Mia Motley. Let us hear about the $2 million that you paid, not to 133,000 people. You, Mia Motley, paid $2 million to one man. One man who you brought into this country and called him a tax consultant and paid him $2 million of the taxpayers' money for 1 year's work. Are you telling me about $39 million? Well, look, the list I have here will far exceed $39 million. And the list I have here will be far shorter than the $133,000. The point I am making is that while she has paid out $39 million to 133,000 people, she has paid out far more than that to far fewer than $133,000. Do your reckoning, Motley. Come clean with the people of Barbados. She paid $2 million. I hear White Oak. I hear White Oak. Look, I didn't have White Oak on the list, so I will put it there. White Oak is on the list. $27 million for two men to do a job that Oinatha said he would have done for free. $27 million paid to two men who advised her to take $1.3 billion out of the NIS fund, and that is why you all have to wait until 67 before you can retire. These people have done irreparable injury to the National Insurance Fund in the name of this government, in the name of Mia Motley, and she comes telling you about 133,000 people, and she comes boasting to you about $39 million. Let us go on with the list. Thank you, my friend. $2 million. And I mentioned this last night, and I want Roadview to know that $2 million, close to $2 million, was paid to a certain man in this country, a certain man in government, and y'all have left where you live, you are in Roadview tonight, and you want to hear the man's name. But it is a man in government, and it is a man who is getting a big salary in government. And that man put a proposal, I think I heard Don talk about it, someone spoke about it here tonight. StartWise. The StartWise program that flopped. The StartWise program that was supposed to graduate 500 young people and only graduated 45, and they were supposed to have been graduated into the workforce. Not one of them has found a job. Not one.
Wow.
That $2 million was paid to a certain gentleman, and I described him the other night. Ask Trevor Prescott who he is. Y'all heard Trevor Prescott's speech. Well, ask Trevor Prescott who he is. I don't intend to call his name up here. But he got close to $2 million for a project of a year's work, or less than a year. A failed project, and $2 million was paid to him of the taxpayers' money. So when she's up in Western boasting about having spent $39 million, one man got close to $2 million for a failed project. Let the list go on. We gathering. Clearly they've scattered. Y'all hear about we gathering recently? I keeping it simple tonight. We taking off the gloves tonight, and we punching with bare knuckles. When you punch with bare knuckles, you know the lash is hard. On the last day of the financial year, that government snuck into Parliament and added a supplementary, passed a law for a supplementary. Don't worry with those words. All that means is that government came to get additional money for something. And this government said that in addition to the monies that they had paid before, that the Parliament had voted before for regathering, and you know what they did? We assigned our team, because we function as a team. And that team was Maxine McLean and Dawn Marie Armstrong and a number of our people. And we were scouring the estimates to see how much money was being paid to regathering. You know, we did not come up with a definite figure. And you know why? The regathering money has been scattered across several ministries so that it can be hidden from you, so that you would not know how much this government has put in to regathering, which is failing, which is scattering. And on the 31st of March, the last day in the financial year, this government, you read it.
Beg your pardon. The driver of MC3799, MC3799, you are kindly asked to remove your vehicle, please.
Thank you very much. So in addition to the millions already spent on regathering, and look, have you all looked at regathering? And can you consider that that project, that event is worthy of the millions of dollars that is being spent on it? That sometimes the number of people on the stage is greater than the people in the audience? And that most of the money is going to the stage, $75,000, Ryan Walters tell me in some cases, on these massive stages, and massive amounts paid to entertainers to entertain who? And your monies are being wasted by this government. So tell me, Mortley, do not come to us contemptuously boasting about $39 million, and I have the list here tonight. Let us go on. They have voted an additional $14 million for regathering, which is now we flopping, we scattering. It is coming to nothing. They're walking around this country now behind Q in the community, hoping to piggyback on Q in the community to make their event successful. Regathering is failing miserably. But this government has added a bill of $14 million for regathering. You will find out where it is going very soon. The mini stadia. I remember sitting in Parliament and a bunch of, keep it decent. Keep it decent. We started off this event, this campaign with prayers, and we went to church. And we made a pledge that this platform would not only be serious, but it would be decent. And let us keep it that way. But we will admit that from time to time, we will get angry. And we will get angry at the fact that government continues to waste the money of the people of this country. The government continues to waste the money of the people of this country, and you know who's suffering? The 133,000 people that had to line up for $300, a one-off payment. They're the persons that are suffering. The ministeria. And all the ministeria have turned out to be are a set of fences, very expensive fences. Look, you know how expensive a fence is. And that is all the government has done. A mini stadium is a place with a running track, a hard court, a sand pit. It is just what it says. It is a mini stadium. It is a stadium on a small scale so that when the little children come home from school on evenings, they can go and express their talents. If they want to be runners, they do that. If they want to be jumpers, they do that. And Barbados, and this is a discussion I will have with Dr. Armstrong, that Barbados needs really about 3 mini stadia. One in the north, one centrally, which would be, I suppose, St. Michael, and one in the east, in St. Philip. You don't need to fool people. Like this government is fooling the people of Barbados that they were genuinely building mini stadia. Barbados needs 3 of them, centralized in St. Michael, here in the north, whether it is St. Peter, St. Lucie, or even St. James North. And then one in the eastern portions of Barbados, St. Philip, or probably the eastern portions of Christchurch. This is a party that is thinking. This is not a party that is interested in gimmicks. But I want to tell you what the ministeria are all about. The ministeria have been reduced to an exercise in excessive expenditure on fences. Now, who built them? Who installed them? How much they cost? This country has not had a report on the cost of those so-called 11 ministeria. Wasted money again. But not only wasted, hidden money. Who has it? Who has it? The cabinet. I'm going to be quick with this one. You know that this is the biggest cabinet ever in the history of this country. And it is a very expensive cabinet. And when we ask for the travel bill, me and Motley rush down with her tickets. I sit in the parliament and I walk through the corridors and I hear them. And they're boasting. Oh, I just came back from China. Oh, New Zealand is such a beautiful country. And oh, Argentina. That's what they do. And I marvel. And I say, wait, these are really adults. You know, they tried it with me. They tried it with me. When I used to be out there sitting down, one man called me. Ralph, would you like to go to China? I said, I got a family. Why would I want to absent myself from this country? I know how y'all feel about me already when they're trying to get me in China now. And I refused. I said, look, I can see China on TV. I'm not interested in any China. And the next day he came down by Parliament. And when I was foolish enough to eat food in the place with them, he's staring at me. I can't believe you refused the trip to China. What kind of man are you? Not interested.
Wow.
And you have 20, how many of them there are now? 29 adults in there. And every little trip is a matter of personal celebration. Big hardback people taking their friends and families on these flights and staying in these expensive hotels. It is the 133,000 people that were paid $300 who paid that bill for every one of them. So don't let them boast about any $300. Give account for the $300 million estimated. Parliamentary committees. When I was over there, they came and told me, well, we want you to chair a parliamentary committee. I said, okay, fine. And we can give you a little trivia. To be honest with you, I don't know what extra they paid me. I felt it was a way to appease, good word that, Derek Aline, Dr. Aline. It was a way to coax me and appease me and keep me settled, keep me happy, because anybody looking on could see that I never used to smile over there the way I smile with you. For the first 10 years, I started to smile and smile genuinely when I came to the gates of George Street, and I found freedom, and I found intellectual freedom, and I found spiritual freedom, and I found my place among the dear loving people of Barbados. And I have no regrets, none whatsoever. And they put me on this, to head some parliamentary committee. I don't know if $2,000 or something, or $3,000 extra a month. And all I had to do is go in parliament and sit down and look at Nero. And so these parliamentary committees are a waste of time. A waste of time, except that it is also a waste of money. That you elect big hardback people to go and represent the interests of a constituency, but you take up a select few of them, some who are friends and others, and give them about $2,000 or $3,000 extra when the month comes to say that you are chairing a committee. And of course, Tony Moore is one. Of course, Tony Moore is one. So not only is she the General Secretary of the Barbados Workers Union and the so-called representative for St. George North, but she's heading some committee in there and getting between $2,000 and $3,000 a month extra. Extra! Football. Me and Motley put on some football competition last year and advertised it as a money event, Prime Minister's Cup. Now, Dawn, you told me that some of the people still owed money. Take up a group of young footballers and pay them $75 a match. Because we got to stop smiling now. When our young men are told that their worth, that their athletic worth is no more than $75 per match. And even in the aftermath of the end of the competition, which ended in disgrace, by the way, because there was a fight between the winning team and its members and its players. The whole thing ended in disgrace, suitably so, because it began in disgrace. It was an insult to the young men of Barbados. Ill-conceived, Dr. Aline says, to bring them to a tournament and call them semi-professional and pay them $75 a match. Well, look, the people of Barbados are going to be presented with a proper manifesto for the proper professionalization of sports in this country. And it will pertain particularly to cricket and to football. In spite of how Delilah Bradshaw feels about cigar field sobers, y'all remember what Delilah Bradshaw, the father of Santia Bradshaw, the pedigree woman, said about cricketers in the St. George by-election when they dragged that old man up there, woke him up, and the first thing he said is that any idiot can play cricket in a country that has as its national hero Cigarfield St. Auburn Sobers, who is an international marvel, who walked the streets of Bayland barefooted as a little boy and proved to the world that he could play cricket better than anybody had ever played cricket. And that man went up in St. George and insulted him and said that any idiot could play cricket in a country that has produced the world's best cricketers per capita. For a country this size, we have produced the best cricketers. And that man, that BLP man, went up there and said any idiot can play cricket. He classified all cricketers. Cricket is a game of intelligence. An idiot cannot play cricket. But that's how he sees the world. That's how he sees the world. And I was saying to you, this party is going to present a large part of its manifesto, which must aim at rescuing the young people of this country. Because sport is one of the biggest industries worldwide. And we have a lot of talented young men in this country. We're losing some of them to the middle of the road. They bleed to death in the middle of the road. Some of them have talent, and some of them have intellectual talent. But because there are no opportunities, because there's such dread and hopelessness in this country, because this government is refusing to treat its young people properly, because this government continues to raid and to rape the treasury of this country, they are not committing adequate resources to the advancement, the emancipation, and the development of young people. That is what this government is doing. I will carry on with the list of squandermania. Embassies in Dubai. Embassies in Dubai. Look, there's one night left for this business. I want you to ask your government why we need an embassy in Dubai. I want you to ask your government why we need an embassy in Kenya. I want you to ask them that. And the other one that they plan to open in Morocco to give a good friend a job. Why do we need an embassy in Morocco? Ask your government that. And ask your government about a man called Kimar Safri. Kimar Safri has been paid $1 million. Kimar Safri has not been paid $300, and he didn't have to line up in the sun to get $1 million out of the treasury of this country. He was paid $500,000 per year over 2 years. And up to now, the government has not done an audit on Kimar Safri's books to find out how that money is being spent, where it is being spent, why it is being spent, on whom it is being spent, or is it being spent on hampers that were distributed in Pinelands last Christmas? Last Christmas, ask the questions. Ask Kimar Safri if he was party to a distribution of hampers in the Pine last Christmas, December 2024. Your taxpayers' money. Your taxpayers' money. He took some in the Ivy as well. I did not even know that. $1 million in 2 years. $500,000 a year out to Kirk Humphrey's ministry, and up to now, they have not produced an audit. Up to now, the shopping list is getting longer, and the price is getting higher. But it is not Mia Mortley's price. It is your price. It is the price that you are paying for this government's high living high on the hog. You ever expected? Did you ever expect that you would live in a country in which government is hiding monies in FETs, in which at crop over time there are private individuals putting on FETs, these high-end FETs? Apparently, you may have to wear white and pink and these kinds of things. Dr. Ali, let me do the speech, please. Apparently, at these FETs, you have to put on white and pink, and silver as well. And when you all believe that the man who is putting on this FET is doing it with his own money, it is being done with your money. The taxpayers of this country are contributing to private events. There's no auditing. Don Marie Armstrong said here tonight that every time, every month, there's a new tax being added. Ryan Walters talks about it repeatedly. The heavy taxation. He tells you that this is the most heavily taxed population ever in the history of this country. Tell those two worthy young people where the tax is going. In the fences in many stadia, a lot of money is disappearing under the guise of government expenditure. And all the money is not going to the private contractors. Not all is going. It is no sophisticated plot. It is no sophisticated scheme. A lot of your taxes are leaking from a lot of these projects. Understand that. So the FETs and the parties that crop over are being funded with tax dollars. And she telling me about 133,000 people getting $300. She insulting the people of Barbados by making that boast. Well, Mayor Mortley, I got a shopping list for you tonight, and it is long, and it is a shopping list that speaks to the squandermania in this government, in this country, that is further financially impoverishing the people in this country. The fact of the matter is that people who are financially poor are worse off because this government, rather than use the taxpayers' money to improve the lives of the needy, this government needs to enhance its own lifestyle and its own bank accounts here and overseas. Here and overseas. The evidence will come shortly because they can't pass the integrity legislation yet. They can't pass it yet. I sat down in a parliament and voted yes in 2018 to the passage of integrity legislation, and the integrity legislation would have followed the bank accounts of people in public life. It is called Integrity in Public Life Act. It is intended to monitor the financial affairs of people who serve in public life. And if you're getting $22,000 a month, can't you be satisfied with that? When the little girls in the gas station finding that they have to be satisfied with $300 a week, and as I said elsewhere, I hurt deeply when I put $300 in my car and realized that the girl who pumped the gas is getting the same $300, and I drive away feeling badly. In the depths of my conscience, I feel badly that we are not treating poor people, financially poor people in this country well. And that we seem to be going on with indifference to the plight of poor people in this country. And I don't say we alone. This government by its financial practices is becoming or has become and is continuing to show indifference to the plight of the financially poor in this country. And that is reflected in squandermania. That is reflected in the, I almost used the word, in the leakage. Leakage, let's say leakage. The leakage of monies that were meant to be spent in public enterprise. A lot of that money is being spent under the tables and private individuals are benefiting. So tell her to tell the 133,000 people that is no gift. That is no occasion for celebration. It was reduced to an occasion of shame. In an age of digitization, in which the $300 ought to have been paid directly into bank accounts or credit union accounts, or it ought to have been delivered by the postman. But it was delivered while people stood and leant on buildings and became ill in the hot sun, and their bodies were cooled by the drizzles that came upon them in indignity. And she is down there last night boasting. Boasting! Boasting on the eve of an election, because as I said the other night, and I'm going to say it again, Mayor Mortley has reopened Ernest Dighton Mortley Soup Kitchen. She has reopened Ernest Dighton Mortley Soup Kitchen. Young people, talk to your old people. Talk to your old people, because I understand that there are a lot of young people in this country who do not know the story of this country. And it was just 60 years ago. And 60 years ago is not a long time. And Mayor Mortley is demonstrating to this country that 60 years is not a long time, because she has repeated the practices of her grandfather. And her grandfather's soup kitchen brought indignity to the lives of people. And Errol Walton Barrow said, if I can't get Mortley out of the city, I'm going to get the city out of Mortley. And we say tonight that if we can't get Mayor Mortley out of the government, we're going to take the government out of Mayor Mortley for bringing indignity to the lives of poor people in this country. I can talk it. You know, it gets worse. You know, it gets worse. Look, during the budget debate, I attempted to read a page of the Nation newspaper. And Dr. Duguid knew what I was about to do. And Dr. Duguid, Dr. Duguid wanted to rescue the government. Dr. Duguid knew that I was going for the Nation newspaper to read an article that Carol Martindale wrote about Wilfred Abrams. And if you believe that I'm going to mention Abrams' name on this platform every night. You're right. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Wilfred Abrams gave a speech and said that you should not use the traditional media, that they should use mischief makers on social media. This is the same government that was attempting to pass a cybercrime bill to lock up people for writing things on Facebook. And Wilfred Abrams made a speech and said, look, those people who spread mischief, the government should pay them money to spread the government story. And there's a young lady in this country, don't call her name, please, whose job is to extract videos from these meetings and from Parliament. And before you get home at night, she has up nonsense, distorting what people have said. Ask Wilfred Abrams and ask her if she is doing that for free. But Wilfred Abrams said in a public place, and Carol Martindale, of all people, wrote about it and said it is wrong when Carol Martindale was right. That you can't take up taxpayers' money and give to people who spread mischief on Facebook and on social media. You can't do that. That is indecent. It is wrong. And it is all the more wrong because it isn't Abrams' money. It is the taxpayers' money. And I extend that to say to you that there are a group of people in this country now, they call them influencers. Some modern word, influencers. All they are just people who tell lies on behalf of the government. Before the word influencer came along, we would have called them propagandists. Before the word propagandists, we would have called them liars. That's what they are. And ask Abrams if he has gone through with his plan. But on the subject of lying, ask Nero what he thinks of Abrams. Ask Nero if he thinks that Abrams is a man who tells the truth. Ask Nero if he thinks that Abrams is a man who tells the truth under oath. And before this campaign is finished, I'm going to deal with that again because it needs to be dealt with. Because Wilfred Abrams, if he lied under oath in a court, has disqualified himself for cabinet office. And Mayor Mortley must know that. Mayor Mortley must be told that in any other country where a parliamentary colleague has said that a cabinet colleague has lied under oath, he has forfeited his right to occupy that office. Not only is it a moral position, it's a legal position. Service at that level is based on trust. Trust at the center of public office is the principle of trust. And when a man has demonstrated that he is not worthy of trust based on not what John Brown said, not on what Orville said, but on what a parliamentary colleague has said emerging from the court in an aftermath of an acquittal on the charges which were brought against Nero based partly on what Abrams said. Y'all understand what is happening in your country? Y'all understand that two men sitting in the parliament together went to court and fought against each other? And the newspapers and the so-called analysts around here who don't deal with it are going on too long, you know. Y'all tired? Y'all want to hear some more? Y'all want to hear that this Barbados Labour Party is a party in strife? Y'all want to hear that while we are standing here tonight, there is a lawsuit going on between Edmund Hinkson and George Payne? Did y'all know that? And they're talking about disunity in this party? Edmund Hinkson, the man that abused this constituency for 11 plus years, cursed George Payne in the worst language, and y'all want to know the circumstances in which he cursed him? You want to hear? You sure? Well, I can tell you. In 2013, when the Barbados Labour Party lost the election, they were trying to choose a leader. And they sat upstairs at 111 Roebuck Street. Y'all hearing this for the first time? You sure you want to hear it? Your stomach can take it? Well, line your stomach with some cast iron, I can tell you. They sat in that room. How many seats they won in 2013, please, Derek? 2013. How many seats the Barbados Labour Party won? 9? 14. 14. Man, it was war. It was war. Some people said they want Motley. Some said they want Arthur. It was war in there. And the fighting started. Now, you know, Arthur was absent. Poor Arthur. He didn't have the stomach for it. He did not have the stomach for the war. Y'all know how he died, right? Y'all know how he died? Well, that's another story for another time. And it was war on 11 Roebuck Street when they were trying to decide who will lead the party in opposition. And George Payne's voice was heard. And George Payne is not going to be angry with me tonight because George Payne is angry with the Barbados Labour Party. When is the last time you saw George Payne close to a Barbados Labour Party platform? He's still angry. And George Payne was put in his case. And Edmund Hinkson decided he put in his case. Who y'all think Edmund Hinkson was put in the case for? Hinkson was put in Motley's case. Yes. And Payne was put in the other case. Man, and the war started. And as the war raged, Hinkson said to George Payne certain things. I can't repeat them. But those certain things resulted in a lawsuit. George Payne sued Edmund Hinkson for defamation of character. And that case is in the courts right now. Right now, two of those men served in cabinet. I can't say together. Two of those men served in cabinet at the same time, in the same room. And war was going on. Where Peter Wickham lives, call Peter Wickham and ask him if he ever talked about that. And they call some names tonight. Call George Bell and ask him if he ever talked about that. Call Devon Bruce and ask him if he ever talked about that. Not a word. Two men sat in the cabinet of this country at war with each other. And it was not a fictional war. It was a war that resulted in a court case, one against the other. George Payne sued Edmund Hinkson. And the case is still in court. Never heard and talk about disunity and dysfunction and fractures within the party that will undermine the government. Not a word. Not a word. And 5 people exercise the right. I saw in the paper today. I saw in the paper. Leave them. Leave them. Leave them alone and they will come home, carrying their tails behind them. Leave them alone. So that there has been serious dysfunction within the Barbados Labour Party. But let us get back to our shopping list. To our shopping list, where they are paying propagandists, liars. Liars are receiving taxpayers' dollars to hide on social media and support me remotely. I come to the last one. Security at schools. Now, recently, there was a lot of violence in the schools and the government said, let us bring security guards to the schools to protect the children from others who are violent. You would have thought that they would have employed some additional government security guards to take into the schools. Y'all know who got the job? Y'all don't know. Y'all don't follow these things. Y'all only listening when me and Motley boasting about $300 paid to 133,000 people. And you don't know that a private firm has been given the job to do security in the schools of this country when it ought to have been the government security guards. And when they could have taken a few people from each of the 30 constituencies and employ them to do the government security work in the schools. They have taken up a private firm. And if I had more time tonight, I would tell you the name of the man who owns the firm. And I would tell you whose friend he is. And when we tell you that this is a government of friends, family, the evidence is there. The evidence is there that this government runs the public treasury like a private piggy bank. And even when it comes down to the question of providing security at schools, a favor is done to the friend of a friend in government. And the amount of money that is being paid to him exceeds what would have been paid if they had hired government security guards. And y'all can feel happy with this government. Y'all can feel happy with this government. Y'all can feel happy with $300. Y'all can feel happy. What's next month? June? Y'all can feel happy that in June you're not getting it. Y'all can feel happy that in July you're not getting it. And that the only way you're going to get it is if this chase home Cynthia Ford and you get another by-election. So we are waiting for another by-election for another $300. That is the kind of cynical government that you have. So someone, please, someone who loves Mia Motley. Because like all of us, Mia Motley needs some love. She deserves to be loved. And somebody who may love Mia Motley, please tell her to stop treating the people in Barbados with such contempt. That while you think, Mia Motley, that you're looking good, you're not looking good. You're exposing yourself for what you are. And we will close by asking this government to start to spend some of the taxpayers' money on the police, because we ordered them last Sunday to spend it. And I demonstrated to you a few hours ago, a few nights ago, that after we made a call for her to pay the police officers and to appoint the senior constables, that she sent the order within 24 hours of my having made the call. But a policeman called me today and told me that is not the full extent. She still owes other officers money, and she's refusing to pay it. And I heard it from this platform tonight, that one of the speakers said that if the problem with the teachers is a $6 million problem, Mia Motley has spent far more than $6 million on the shopping list that I gave you tonight. We are coming tonight with the facts. We are coming tonight to demonstrate to you how and why this government is so corrupt and incompetent and wicked in relation to the spending of people's money, and coming down here trying to fool you. Coming down to this constituency trying to fool you, and that is why there is a wave of support for this party. There is a wave of support for this Democratic Labour Party. This Democratic Labour Party, as a friend of mine said tonight, has returned. The spirit of Barrow has been awakened. The spirit of Barrow has been awakened. And next to him, I see Sir James Cameron Tudor and Branford Tate and Richie Hines and Philip Graves and Morris King and Cyril Walker. Y'all remember those names? Y'all remember those times? And Sybil Leacock, whom we visited last week, and that lady is beautiful at the age of 96. She's going to be 97, I believe, on November the 8th. Happy birthday, Sybil. Good and decent people who occupied public office in this country. And public office is now being polluted by people who are indifferent to the welfare of the interests of the people of this country. And they're practicing, as I said several times, condominia. And we will not leave this campaign unless we expose this government, not only for condomania, but for indifference to the interests of the people of this country. 133,000 people demonstrated that they are suffering under the mighty weight of this government's injustice. And they boast about it. And they owe the teachers, the nurses money too. The nurses vex with me. How could you talk about the police and leave us out? Well, you're not left out. We come in installments. Mia Motley, pay the nurses the money you owe them. Mayor Motley, pay the prison officers the money you owe them. Mayor Motley, why did you close down the BDS sports program? We had a young man on this platform tonight. We are so proud of him. We are so proud of him. Y'all knew that he went through the BDS sports program. Young Damian Fanis, who was the second speaker here tonight, who paid such eloquent tribute, such eloquent and artistic tribute to Felicia Dujon, quoted Marcus Garvey. I listened to every word he said. This platform is attracting people of quality. Y'all heard Dr. Wickham the other night. Y'all heard Ainsley Granger the other night. So when they're talking about dysfunction and fractures and worrying about who put their tails behind them, look at those who are with us. Look at the quality of this platform. Look at the elevation of public debate in this country by this party. Look at the fact that the quality of debate on this platform is far superior to the nonsense that you're hearing on the Barbados Labour Party platform, in which you're being told that inflation and the cost of living is due to COVID. That's what they say. And every week I go to Parliament, oh Lord have mercy, we can't get anything solved because of COVID. And because of a dust storm. And because of Hurricane Elsa. And because one night there were 5,000 bolts of lightning. Do y'all listen to them? Please don't. I will bring the message that every debate in that Parliament, everything they make an excuse for, and it is a standard excuse. COVID and Elsa and the dust storm and 5,000 bolts of lightning, and Colin Jordan is on his feet jumping around and grinning and believing everything that he says. And while he is a minister in his church, he isn't there defending. Y'all want me to say it? You sure you want me to say it? He called me something last week and I ain't forgiving him. I'm coming at him. All I will say to you is this, that the Seventh-day Adventist Church issued an official statement a few weeks ago, and it ran counter to a position that Colin Jordan took in the Parliament. So let him go and make peace with his wonderful organization. Let him go and make peace with that. As we are asking now for Nero to make peace with Wilfred Abrams. Let them make peace with each other. But let this St. James North make a decision on Wednesday that the opposition in this country needs to be strengthened, not for its own sake, but for the sake of democracy and justice in this country. And St. James North has been specially chosen. She thought that it was going to be an easy ride. She thought that it was going to be St. George North all over again, where she was smug and arrogant, and where she went up there and run roughshod and said that all big works got to come through me. Have you heard her say that this time? The people got her. She met up. The people in St. James North got her met up. Y'all know that term? And they're not letting her go. They're not going to let her leave this constituency with 29 seats. She has to leave this constituency with 28 seats. And in the person of Felicia Dujon, it will start the demise of the Barbados Labour Party out of government in this country. That is what Wednesday is about. St. James North, how will you vote on Wednesday? The hour is late. And I always pledge that while this Barbados Labour Party is in government, this is not a time to be out late at night. The Barbados Labour Party is presiding over a society in which absence from your house after the hour of 6 o'clock, when Days of Our Lives used to show, is now a dangerous time to be away from your house. I, therefore, will take pleasure in bidding you good night and asking you, if it is now official, that we shall come back and continue this crusade tomorrow night. If the police gives us permission to take the message of the Democratic Labour Party to Western and St. James, We call her Pocket Rocket. Pocket Rocket. This is a child of the Caribbean. This is a child of Barbados. This is the legitimate child of the people of St. James North. St. James North. This is the lady you will have in Parliament come Wednesday night. Felicia Dujon. There's only one name on that ballot paper which should attract your attention. It is the name Felicia Dujon, or young Caribbean woman, or young Barbadian woman. This wife, this mother, this daughter, this sister is the only candidate in this contest who is worthy of your vote. Felicia Dujon, take your place in the Parliament of this country after Wednesday. Thank you very much. Good night, and God bless you.
People, that is what we want. Cost of living, but we troubled and all the violence. A woman of integrity, good character and morality. Keeping all is a problem, but Dujon is the big solution. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Tomorrow, let me make it clear. It is morals over money any day of the year. A competent vision.